How can you hear me? How can you see me? Put 10 and 1 if the sound is bad, but 5 is so-so. Quiet, but I see 8, 9. You'd better increase the volume to hear me well. 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1. We will talk about the first steps in private investing. And if you put 10, can you hear me? And what about now? Can you hear me well? Now is better or not? Aren't there any cracking voices? Great, so everything is fine. We see that most of your answers are 10s. Well, dear friends, let's start. Today we have a lecture, the first steps in private investing, the third session, and there is some feedback about the sound. Someone is asking to increase the volume. I have increased. Can you please once again write it down whether you can hear me well with no cracking voice? Perfect. I will turn on the lights as well. Can you see me better now? Well, dear friends, once again, let's have a look and start our regular survey. The first comer, the second time comer, the third time comer. I launched this. The first comer, the second time comer, the third time comer. Those newbies who have never been to our lectures, the first steps in investing. I launched this survey. If you don't see it, if you use your mobiles, please write down 1 if you are a newcomer, the second time comer 2, and the third time comer 3. Thank you. Thank you, dear friends. There will be a session of questions and answers. This session is the second in sequence. The second one. The first steps in private investing, but the lecture is the third one. And we will study the levels of investors, what you need to know before you shape a lifestyle of your dream. You see, there is a survey, the personal pension programs, and what it means, how you can retire 4, 8, or 12 years after, diversification and the hedging of risks. Ten main secrets of the investment business. The first part, actually 10 main investment instruments, not sectors. Well, 10 key sectors of investment business, part 1, classification of investment instruments. Not sectors, but secrets. I read it incorrectly. Classification of investment instruments. NEEW part 3 and promotions of the Academy of Private Investor. I will turn off my phone. Will mute my phone. while I'm muting my phone, please continue answering the questions of the survey if you haven't done it yet. I'm muting it. A few seconds, please. I will answer the phone and will come back to you. Sorry for this. Friends, I'm back. We have 15% of first-time comers, but most of you are third-time comers. Great. I do thank all of you and seize our survey. Well, and as I told you, now there will be the question and answer session, then my lecture, then I will have some questions to you afterwards. And I start here, launch here, our QA session, 8 rules of wealth. I will answer the questions we got quite quickly. I will answer the questions immediately. In your view, Mr. President, electric cars, are they active or passive investments? A good question, by the way. Can you please help me? An electric car, is it an active investment or passive one? If you believe it to be active assets, then write down assets. Or if you believe it to be a liability, then please write down a liability. An electric car, is it an asset or a liability? Some people write down that it is a liability. If your answer is a liability, please write down why you think so. There is a response that it would be an asset if you offer it for rent. Yes, dear friends, absolutely right. The person who asked this question, this is the answer of all our participants, and I do confirm that if you drive your electric car, you consume electricity power. This is your liability. You spend money, you spend power, and it is a liability. Yes, the driving is quite comfortable. It improves your comfort when you drive an electric car, but when you live in a megapolis, so actually you'd better take the underground. But if your electric car consumes solar energy, then it's neither asset nor liability, but I would say this is a thing which you simply use. In the Soviet times, they said that a car is not a luxury, but a means of transportation. And I would say that in this case, the electric car would be a luxury, because if a car is operated by solar panels, in case there is a lot of sunlight, you can charge your car. But answering your question whether it is an asset or a liability, this is a liability. When we get some financial consultants for the legal work in Italy and other countries in terms of Skyway. You know the situation with Skyway. We do not promote Skyway, no way. Now the company itself promotes its project in the United Arab Emirates. When there is a possibility for our promotion, we will let you know. A few days ago, Giovanni De Rosa sent you my message about the Amazon. Can you please, I would like to remind you once again, actually I don't remember what was there in that message about the Amazon. Amazon is a service, web service, or the Amazon River and something related to it. Question 4. I'm deaf, I cannot follow the webinars without the deaf translators. So actually I instructed our specialists to make sure that there are some subtitles or the special translator is recruited, and there will be a separate chat arranged. Hello, when we are going to do STO? Well, when we do STO, not STO, it will be a bit later when our blockchain is launched, when we do the token based on this. I will not tell you which one, because as soon as I announce this, you will spread this immediately, because we experienced this. Based on Ethereum, there was 1 trillion of CryptoUnit tokens and 1 trillion and 100 billions of something else. So there is such a rumor. But when we do blockchain, there will be our own coin, STO-based token called CryptoUnit. But now we enter the cryptocurrency market, crypto exchange, and there will be a network. This network will be continuous, because through this network you can buy it. And the only thing, when we enter this market, some tokens will be unlocked and traded. You can buy and sell tomorrow, and the holder of these tokens, they can exchange them into crew, unlocked crew. But for crew, they will get some bonuses under the loyalty program. It is what happens now. But when crowd investing and our network, it would be much more beneficial to buy it from there, but the unlocking will be much longer than in this case. Whether the multi-level marketing will be, yes, 400%, there will be, and we are preparing a number of other products for our networks, which could be quite interesting. They will be related to the resort real estate, not in Thailand, Phuket. There is another hotel under consideration using the time sharing principle in Russia. We will also consider some other countries where networks expand. India is going to be the next. Then it will be in South America, Europe, Italy, because there is large movement, this coast real estate. There will be several products, and these products will be traded through our network. Through the network, we will also sell the nodes, those that will be mined, and a number of other products which will be promoted and available through the network. One important thing about NEEW program, if you have the mobile phone, I have Samsung, someone has Apple or Xiaomi, is getting more and more popular. Apple 11, Samsung, so Xiaomi is not inferior to them. So we plan to work with many companies, and there will be a function in our phones related to mining. We will also plan these products as well. Well, now there is a question. I would like to learn the turnover in December 2019. December 2019, we reported at the last summary webinar. Now I will tell you the total volumes. A sec, please. And the volume for CryptoUnits only. A second, please. The total turnover and the CryptoUnit related turnover. I will find this data, dear friends. I will write it down to Valentin. He will share this information with me, and afterwards I will answer this question as well. The total turnover was 3 something. The exact figure I will provide it, but CryptoUnit totals. This figure will be sent by Valentin. So the total turnover the file is uploading. Well, here it is. For December, there was my summary webinar. The total turnovers, but from January, we split it up into the total turnover and the CryptoUnit turnover. So the total turnover is over 3 million. December, I'm looking for December. In December, the turnover 5,166,000, whereas for CryptoUnit turnover, it's over 3. But now Valentin will provide the accurate figures for the total turnover and CryptoUnit. And another question about the profit generated to be distributed, bonus profit to be distributed under the loyalty program. The profit is $4,700 generated by our asset management department, because in December we didn't risk a lot and most of the assets in December were idle and didn't work. We didn't buy and sell something. Some of the instruments were in minus, there were those in surplus, but altogether 4,700 or something. I will find the accurate figure. Actually, at our last summary webinar, you can get this recording and find it out, because the exact figures were announced during that webinar. And therefore, we decided, if you remember, at the very beginning, we announced one important thing, that voting is to be participated by 70% of the holders of token crew points. But the participation was less, and therefore we decided, unless 70% and more people voted for what is quoted for the voting, the profit bonus, unless we get the required number of votes, then by default it will be 12% of the distribution along the network. And another thing, another decision to be made, should the profit is less than 100,000 in the current months, these profits won't be distributed. This profit will be reinvested, because there is no sense in distributing the profits. And since the profit for that month was 4,500, 4,700, I will try to find this in the report made by Igor Romanenko. So when we offer something for voting, at least 70% of participants should participate. We have 775,000 holders of points for crew. Unless we have 70% of people, of our voters voted, then by default we will distribute only 12% for all the points of crew of the profits. This is the first thing. But if the profit is less than 100,000 in any month, this profit will be reinvested but not distributed, because we'd better reinvest it rather than share some tiny amounts. So the profit in December was 4,311. It won't be distributed. We are very active people, and if the voting is participated by less than 70% of our potential voters, then by default we will distribute only 12% of the profit. And the question is that in case there is 70% of voters, less than 70% of voters, then by default 12% of the profit will be distributed. And in case the profits is less than 100,000 a month, then it won't be distributed. And Igor Romanenko later on will make a report webinar for December and January, on the 1st of February, when we have our next end of the month or summary webinar, report webinar. Another question: could we in future resell crypto units from one back office to another one? No, crypto units will be only in the back office of the crypto unit. One more thing, interesting thing, it will be announced from the 1st of February. We will make this announcement, and an amazing development. We will announce when unlocking starts, and as of the 1st of February 2020, we will announce this. I am a student where I can invest because I don't have a lot of revenues. A good question, by the way. It's great that I receive some questions on investing. If you are a student, study very well the first 3 sessions. The first session on the 21st of December, you won't study it. You won't be able to study, but the second lecture and the third lecture, actually you can study it. And when you start studying, you will realize where to invest, because they include this information. And it's nice that today you are present here, and today you will learn what diversification is, how you need to diversify when you only start, you have limited money on hands, and what to do. Today you will get from me millions of virtual US dollars, each of you, and I will give you a portfolio you need to run, and every month we will monitor your performance of your portfolio. I would like to learn more what chains of tokens and how much my portfolio costs when our tokens increase. So the chains of nodes. There will be a lecture on blockchain. In more detail, we will invite a specialist, our partner, Oleg Ivanov. He is good at all this stuff.
Together with them, with his company, we signed an agreement to enter the market, so that our company enters the market, not just the token, because it is just a piece of pie to enter the token, a token into the market. But what is important is that the whole company enters the market and is in the market. That's what we're working on right now. Next question regarding the change of the company's name, where the documents are for the change of the name of the company, because I have like certificates for the investment, etc. And now the name of the company has changed, and I need some kind of a document which confirms that the official name of the company changed. Well, friends, it doesn't matter it doesn't matter what the company's name was when you invested. Like Sky Invest Group, if you invested in Sky Invest Group in SWIG, it nothing has changed. Just the name has changed. The company is still the same. The company has the same legal address, the same jurisdiction, the same registration number. We haven't changed the company. We changed the name. But it's very good that you asked this question, because there are a lot of people thinking that we changed the company. No, we did not. We just changed the name of the company. That's it. A mere formality. Because previously, you know that SWIG stood for Skyway Invest Group, and now we have to avoid using Skyway in our rhetoric and in our company's name. So the company is the same with the new name. So when the new documents arrive, and our lawyers will work in it, and Maxim Gafiak, our legal expert, will work on the change of the name, legal change of the name, with the same registration number, everything the same, just the company's name will be NEEW TNG, and all your rights under your investments into the company with the previous name are the same. So it's a good thing that you answered this question, because it will help solve a lot of doubts that we changed the company. So there is another question regarding that a person has invested almost to $20,000 into the company, but now for some reason she has two personal accounts, two back offices. Thing is that you will have only one back office verified. So Maxim Gafiak will be dealing with the issues that our partners have. It won't be possible to unite, to join those back offices, but you will simply point us out the back office that you would like to use, and then we will migrate the data from your second back office into the first back office. We're going to create an ethical department, like a complaint department, and that ethical department, legal department, will have people working on all the issues that our partners have. So I guess this is yes. I mean, maybe this is your sponsor's mistake, and the fact that you have been signed under two people is a clear violation of the code of conduct, and we will deal and talk with the second sponsor that knowingly signed you up, knowing that you already signed up with the other sponsor. You can open your second back office with a different account. It is possible, but clearly that was not the case, and it won't be possible to really track it. But re-signing up is inadmissible. So another question that I decided to purchase back the stocks, and regarding the buying back of the stocks with the root company of Skyway, they are buying back $500,000 per $1 from people under 44. I'm not quite sure, but we'll have to address it to our legal department as well. So yeah, we are creating now a franchise, and it will have to be bought. The fact that you took the training, this is great. You won't have to take it again, and you're welcome and take a second training. But it's not only about being able to be the game master of Genius of Finance. It's about also how you conduct your business. So there will be franchises for Genius of Finance for small cities and for big cities, because you're going to receive a share of the entire volume that the structure generates in your particular area. Hello. I would like to understand how to earn without investing if I have nothing to invest and I have only debts. A great question, by the way. If you have only debts, dear friends, we can talk about it. What could you do and should you do if you have debts only? I will answer your question because we have a separate topic today later, okay? So let's put a pin on it. With every webinar course, I have more and more information. And another thing is that your personal charisma attracts people. Please stay as sincere and frank as you always have been, and our company will definitely be successful. Well, this is more of a like a feedback rather than a question. Thank you for your words. Guys, if you're writing such feedbacks and if your feedback and your like compliments are sincere, why not make it official? Why not like state your name and send it to the company, like a video recording? Because the more we have positive feedbacks, the more it will boost our reputation. Because there are some guys, like negatively thinking guys, who would like to see us go down, and they write a lot of criticism. So what I want to do is to invite all those guys who would like to blemish us and writing bad things about us on the internet. Let's set up a meeting. Let's set up an interview, online, offline, and then you will answer all the questions that you wanted to answer, and people will listen and watch to our interviews and will make up their own minds. They will see what kind of experts you are and what kind of experts we are. We're going to do it in the near future, hopefully next month. And now I'm preparing a TV broadcast for Genius of Finance, like they have, the Wheel of Fortune lottery, like half an hour, 40 minutes TV broadcasted shows. We are preparing a similar project. We're going to broadcast it on federal channels like Success, one of those channels where I already had a TV show. It's not going to be a recording. It's going to be live. We are going to go to the place where the game is being played, and we'll broadcast it to, we'll make like live bridges through YouTube, and we will show how our game is played and in which city and who was and is the winner. Next. The next question, how can we know the information about the SheCard program? Well, we still have some tweaking, and troubleshooting to do in SheCard regarding the conversion of data into certain systems. There are already only 32 systems in the world that have entrepreneurs, like system of entrepreneurs. Now we are doing all the necessary steps to troubleshoot, and we have to talk with our leadership council as well, because we need to have as many entrepreneurs join us as possible, and we are going to sign the contracts with the company companies that would like to use our services, both Shikart services and our token, which is going to be on our blockchain. And those people will gladly, if our terms please them, will use our services. We've now prepared a big list of major companies, and I will meet with our top leaders and will give them the assignment. Imagine that our roadmap has very renowned companies ready to work with us when the law on cryptocurrencies and blockchains finally is adopted. We will be already ready to work with those companies. And as for Shikart, we would like to launch it in March. Am I correct in understanding that the token price will increase almost by 100% in 1 year? Well, not exactly. The growth of the token price will depend on, the questions related to CryptoUnit. We're talking about investing here more, guys. So all the questions that are related to CryptoUnit, I will take and answer those questions on the first of the months when we are going to have our reporting meeting. Here, we are conducting a webinar on investing because I would like you to become investment driven and financial literate persons. That's why I'm holding those open webinars on investing. So the questions and issues related to CryptoUnit will be postponed until the first of the month, and then we will talk about investing, okay? Because I will gladly answer questions related to our previous webinar. And by judging by those questions, I will see whether you understood the information that I provided you last month, or you even didn't look into it. Because if you don't have questions to the previous topic, to the previous webinar, so either you did not look into that topic or you did not understand anything at all. So guys, I will gladly take and answer your questions related to our first, second, and third webinars, okay? So also the complaints will also be handled separately. But since this question is here in the chat, Nika, could you please weed out questions, separate questions related to CryptoUnit, and let's answer them on the first, okay? On the first of the month. Just please separate and single out those questions and DM me in WhatsApp, direct message me. So Andrey Khovratov, I would like to learn why the bonuses are getting smaller and smaller every month for the last 2 months. Well, let's take a look at the volumes that I showed you already, and I'm going to show you on the 1st of February. So we had 26 million. For CryptoUnit, it was 20 million or 21. No, not sure, but hopefully Valentin will share with me the figures related to the volumes that we generated. He hasn't yet shared them with me. Igor Romanenko, if you are with us, could you please provide me with the actual figures? So for December, okay? In October, we had the volume of 20 million, of which 15 were in CryptoUnit. In November, we had the volume equal to 5 and something, of which 3 million were in the CryptoUnit. In December, we had 5 and something million, of which 2,800,000 were in CryptoUnit. And the loyalty program bonus of 10% is 10% from the amount generated within CryptoUnit program, and it's paid monthly. And you can do the math yourself. The plan for November, and I mentioned it already at one of the meetings, I think at the last meeting on the 28th, the plan for November was the expected revenue should have been 125 million, and then the 10% would be 12.5 million, and that would be reallocated among all of us. Instead, only 500,000 were allocated to all of you. So you see, it's almost 26 times smaller than the expected revenue. And instead of having 260 million in December, we had only 2.8 million. That's why I announced marathon, MLCI Marathon 260, in order to train our leaders and beginners together with our team of our leaders to involve you in our business. And I will also take the challenge and will create a new structure as if I were a beginner. I'll have a completely new people from new market. I have a lot of acquaintances that are not yet on board. So I will involve them in the work, because I realized that some people think that the money that I'm making is enough for them, or maybe they are satisfied with the status quo. I'm not quite sure what's going on, but the bonuses got smaller because the volumes that we generate became smaller. Now we're doing our best to increase both the volumes generated by the company and the amount of the bonuses for you. As for the 50% that you mentioned, again, this is a question that I'm going to answer on the 1st of February. I'm going to work with Synergy Network. Well, Synergy has some not quite good reputation and rumors going around about them, but probably. But let me tell you right away that our plans are much more ambitious than Synergy's plans. Usually what they do is they hold mass events, training events related to different, with the participation or related to famous business trainers like Tony Robbins or Arnold Schwarzenegger. I am not quite sure whether we're going to cooperate closely with them. Our logic is a little bit different. Our logic is investment driven. And let me tell you, like 100%, with 100% confidence, that nobody provides the knowledge that we are providing. Even people who took the first steps already know much more than any of them. So I'm not sure that we're going to work with them. Another question is that we need materials. Someone says that we need materials in Polish. For the moment, we don't have volumes in that country, so we cannot translate our materials into the languages of the countries that we have very small volumes. So we need to focus on the volume generating countries here. Is it possible to work in one of your offices? Well, you should go into the recruitment office of that office, okay? Department of that office. At the moment, we are preparing, we're doing a lot of work. We have a company opened in Great Britain, the Academy of a Private Investor. We are going to receive a license there, but the diplomas and certificates that we issue, it's the certificates and diplomas. They are international certificates and diplomas, but they are not issued according to the state standards. But we are now preparing the groundwork for becoming parts of becoming a part in some of the Russian colleges and universities. So in their curricula, there will be a discipline called investment consultant and multi-level crowd investing experts. We had certain proposals from Italy, and as soon as we receive the license in Great Britain, we will work right away, and we will work in Russia using our license. It will be a university level discipline, but it's going to be like advanced training, postgraduate training. So the diplomas and certificates, there will be international diplomas and certificates. But the multi-level crowd investing manager graduate, management graduate, when they realize that if the trade, the professions that you're going to receive, the profession of multi-level crowd investor or multi-level crowd investment manager will be quite in demand in future. In one of the webinars, Antonina Kianovskaya said that the terminology and the notions in our projects differ from the banking terminology, which you can look up in the internet. Can we please make like a glossary of terms and notions that we use in our projects? A very good proposal, by the way. Perfect proposal. I will pass it on to my brand promotion director, my personal brand promotion director. And I think on the website of the Academy, we will create a section called terminology, and we will give the explanation of every technical term that we're using in our project.
Well, let's move on. Is there an exam under the end of the course of fundamentals of 8 courses of a private investor? There will be a list of test questions after you will have to answer, and we will find it out whether you are trained or not. After you're creating your investment portfolio, you will communicate with Antonina, Igor Romanenko, and afterwards with me. And the final interview will be carried out by me. The consultant, investment consultant, and those who took this course actually can take it again, because it will be like the repetition. Well, in terms of the investments, are you still investing in culture and film industry? I know one company. The investment into the Latin American movie industry and the construction of one university. And we have about 100 partners, 100 shareholders. And as soon as they learn about the NEEW program, they will interested. Colombia, so Fernaris Armas Argas, please write down. Please send the details of this investment proposal to our department, to us, and the structure in Colombia is expanding, and therefore we can actually find it quite interesting to discuss the opportunities for the cooperation. An interesting question, by the way. The owner of BTA Bank, Igor Romanenko, can you please check, validate this question? A question, why aren't you writing? I bought through Freedom Finance, the brokerage company, the shares of this bank. Afterwards, they were withdrawn from trading in the exchange, and now I may not sell them, and I'm sad that I need to find the buyers myself. Well, I will get you in touch with Igor Romanenko. If you are here at this webinar, please write down your name, your phone number or login here in the chat. Share the contacts for Igor Romanenko to contact you, and we will find it out. Well, in December, so the volume of the sales of CryptoUnit in December is 4 million, whereas in October it's 19 million. In September, over 20 million. Therefore, we were in a surplus, and therefore the bonus, the bonus under the loyalty program is directly linked to the higher sales we have, the higher turnover we have, the higher our bonus under the loyalty program. The more EIPs we have and get and sell, the more EIPs we sell, we get more funding and we can invest them into the assets. I will give you an example. Under the Sushi Master, there was a plan of 1.5 million, but the sales reduced and there is a delay and the payment system slowed down. There is some due diligence. We are dealing with the payment systems, but nonetheless, now, if every month we open Sushi Master restaurants, 10, 20 restaurants, then 3-4 months after, we will get the profit from this business, from this segment. The more we have them, the higher the dividend profit will be. Other assets, liquid assets, we can invest shares, options at the stock market. The faster we invest in different assets, including venture projects and etc., the faster we will get altogether the profit bonus. Therefore, dear friends, we are directly dependent on the need to incentivize and motivate others. We can, through our work, impact the speed of our growth and the amounts of dividends or profit bonus paid to all of us as holders of these points, and to get in different bonuses. If you have any startup ideas, please send them to a special section in our feedback section on our website. Well, dear friends, I see there are no further questions on my last session. And actually, I feel a bit upset because you're asking questions which are not related to what we discussed last time. I will drink the lemonade called Red Bull, and the taste of this lemonade is from my childhood. It was called Cipollina. Well, let's recall what we had. The basic course, 8 rules of wealth, and what do these 5 fingers mean? Please, very quickly in the chat, write this down, what it means. So we have a kind of repetition of what we studied on the 25th of December. So can I see the chat, please? Please write down, what do 5 fingers on your hand mean? No, not 5 commandments, something else. Health, emotions, relations, literacy, financial literacy, and your purpose, mission. Yes, a harmonized development of 5 sectors of our life. 5 fingers on your hand mean a harmonized model of the personality development. This is a development of you as in harmony. This is health. This one is your relations. I don't remember the exact names of these fingers. Your thumb finger, the middle finger, which is responsible for your emotions. Do you remember in US movies they use this? Hollywood movies, not US, but Hollywood movies. the pointing figure is financial independence, and this is your mission and purpose. Great. This is the model for the development of a personality in harmony. And now please quickly write down where is the difference between investments and investing, how they are different. Please write this down. Quickly do it. Time is money. By the way, those who will facilitate the genius of finance, I encourage you to buy or create this baseball cap with the logo of the academy and at the back, the genius of finance, and you will act as the facilitator with this pin and a suitcase, and you are a trustworthy coach of the genius of finance. Investing is putting your money into something. Investing is creating investing. Investment is the understanding of how capital works. Well, someone wrote that investing is investing your money into something, but investing is understanding how investing is understanding how your money may multiply annually. Also, if you go to Wikipedia, you will find the answer that investing is your putting money into something with getting a return. But under our understanding of the Academy of Private Investing, investing is understanding how your money may grow annually with the highest capitalization possible, whereas investments are making money either with the intention to get profit or the capital. 8 rules of a private investor. Please quickly write down 8 rules of a private investor. Rule number 1. What is the wording for rule number 1? Please do not disconnect chat. The first rule of a private investor. Please write it down. To understand what financial independence is and how it is different from financial freedom. Great. Now write down what rule number 8. Write down rule number 8. Always increase your capital. And now rule, which is about not keeping all the eggs in one basket. What is the number of this rule? Do not keep all the eggs in one basket. Rule, the number of this rule. And which rule is rule number 7? Yes, diversification, we will talk about this a bit later. Rule number 7. Always learn to invest. Always learn, not only to invest, but always learn. And what is the 8th wonder of the world? Can you describe it, please? What is believed to be the 8th wonder of the world? The wonder of compound interest. Perfect. And what is the second rule of a private investor? Rule number 2 of a private investor. Please write down. The 8th wonder of the world is the wonder of the compound interest rate. Please write down all the 5 commandments of a private investor. Commandment 1, commandment 2. Unfortunately, I do not see the English-speaking chat, but somehow I believe next session Mila Serdyukova will help me to deliver this session, and quite probably I will have a look at the answers in our English-speaking chat. Actually, Mila will do it. Then we will do the same stuff with the Italian speaking. So write down commandment 1 and the wording, commandment 2, 3, 4, and 5. The first one, save 10% of all your incomes. Number 2, control 3, protect your proceeds from losses. Commandment 4, learn to invest. And the 5th one, learn to always earn more. You are great, guys. You are awesome. Nice students. Well, at our last meeting, we discussed the fundamentals of the private investments, the financial flows. Can you please write down what financial flows are? Which financial flows are there? And in these financial flows, what is it extremely important to understand? Assets and liabilities, great. Financial flows. Financial flows. Please write down what financial flows do you know? No, -0. These are levels of investors. Poor, middle, rich. The financial flows of the poor class, of the medium, of the middle class, and of the wealthy class, of the rich class. Well, you know, last time we took an envelope and we wrote down my investment saving. And can you please put a plus if you set aside throughout this week these incomes? Do we have such people? And please write down as well if you have your table of incomes and expenditures. Great. And who created his or her financial plan? Write this down. Yes, I created my financial plan. Yesterday, I instructed you to create your financial plan. Please write this down if you did this. Now, please tell me about your feelings, emotions. So, which revelations or which impressions, feelings did you get when you get your financial plan created? By the way, in Moscow, next Saturday, I will be in Moscow and I will take a board with me because I learned quite an important thing. There was a woman working for me as a housekeeper. We met her. Now she doesn't work for us anymore. I met her last week. She is an accountant and she asked me about the creation of the capitalization, about the financial plan. And I was quite surprised because she is an accountant and she was asking such stupid questions. And therefore, next week when I'm in office, I will take the board and I will give you some assignments and you will do it if you don't know how to create the financial plan. There is a feedback. Please turn on the volume. So my feeling was as if something is getting a reality. There is a request to share the table of incomes and expenditures. I did it last time, but I will find where my table of incomes and expenditures is. A second, please. So here it is. My request to you is please copy it and don't do anything. Please copy it. Here it is, I see it. So we talked about the world economy, those things we may face. Actually, I told you that a crisis may hit, and yesterday I was listening to the news in my car. And why you need to listen to news and pay attention to this news? Some people say that news is a nonsense. Yes, some of them are quite negative, but from news, actually, you can learn a lot of interesting information related to investing. Well, everyone expects for a crisis this year. Everyone actually does this. And there are even traders working for decline and waiting that all the indicators on the market, on the stock exchange, actually, there is a trend that everything will be in the downward trend and they lose a lot of money. And last time I told you that quite soon there will be another financial crisis and collapse, global collapse. But yesterday actually, I learned this news that the US, together with the Chinese chairperson of the Chinese People's Republic, signed a contract. To some extent, the amount is not large, 250 billion US dollars to be received from China, and China will get another 125 million because there was sanctions against the goods from China, and there were some duties, some penalties, and they came to an agreement, to a consensus, and this contract means that quite probably the crisis was postponed. Why? Because
the Chinese goods will be finally imported to US. The US economy will start to work, and China is a great consumer of American soy products, and soy is going to be grown more and more. So there was an urge from Donald Trump, like, let's buy those harvesters because we need harvesters to harvest soy products. And the Chinese will have import duties benefits. Well, there will be also a second stage to the negotiations this year. Well, this deal will push back the crisis. First, we had the Basel III, which allows to print money based on gold, and America can print, I think, around 2.8 or 1.8 trillion dollars. That's the amount, how much gold they have that can back the amount of dollars that they can print. The second thing, to stimulate the economy, they signed an agreement with China, and this money, there will be even more money invested in it. So in my opinion, after the news that I read yesterday, the way I see it is that the crisis and the collapse that we expected this year, most probably it has been postponed by that deal, by those actions. But you cannot stretch the rubber ad infinitum. It will snap sooner or later. So let's go to the to the topic of the levels of an investor, and finally move on to our topic. Somewhere here, we should have had another thing. We will look, now we are commencing our second session, which is the levels of investors. The whole session, every hour session has its own name. So our today's session is called the levels of investors. By the way, what was the name of our previous session? Who attended the previous session? Give me the title of our previous session. Come on, we don't have much time to spare. What was the name of our previous session, guys? Do you have people who remember? Do you have people who know? Someone says first steps in private investing. No, this is the name of the course consisting of 4 sessions. What is the name of our previous session? Tatiana said the fundamentals of investing. Good job. That was the name of our session. Yes, Tatiana though was a little bit ahead of you. Ainsley, I'm sorry, I can't read the entire name here. Yeah, too late, guys. Yeah, it's someone says the fundamentals of investment-driven development. Well, it's more or less to the point. So let's move on to the levels of investors. You already read the slides. Now, put down in the chat what kind of levels of investors did you hear about? Can you please write it down for me? If you don't know what the actual levels of investors are, so you can guess. It's okay too. What are those levels? If you know, or you can guess if you don't know. Yeah, but what are they? I guess you didn't ask for the number of levels. Someone says -0, smart, professional, lifelong, professional. Okay. Those, and what level of investors you are at right now? Someone says professional, smart, continuous or lifelong, amateur, level 1, aggressive investor. Someone says level 0. Someone says continuous investor. Minus first, minus continuous. Okay, well, there are a lot of different answers here. I'm not going to read them all. Someone says newbie, but you know, newbie is not an actual level. Well, let's move on then. Okay, put it down. There is a 0 level, like minus, negative investor, then 0, amateur, smart, it says clever here, but I guess smart is better, continuous or lifelong, experienced, and professional. Okay? Remember it. Or better, put it down in the chat. I now remember it. Okay, guys in the Russian chat are saying, yes, I remember. Now I remove the slide and give me again the levels of the private investors that we are looking into the Academy of Private Investor. Come on. Now, if you remember it without the prompt, without the slide, give me all the levels of an investor that you remember. Let's see if your memory serves you well. Guys. Continuous experience. Okay. Okay, I see that lots of you got it correctly. Yeah, 0, amateur, continuous, experienced, professional. I guess there is also a negative, right? Margaret, you're correct. So who are negative investors? People who live in debt, people who borrow, people for whom their salaries are never enough. I know people that earn lots of money, yet they're always in debt. And when I tell them, go and look into the rules of a private investor, and they say, no, it's not for me. And then they continue living in debt, although they make a good buck. And another type of negative investor can be a person who went bankrupt. So let's put it down in chat if you know people who always live in debt, people who never have enough money. Someone says, I have a guy investor at -10 level. You know that Donald Trump was in the red territory by $1 billion. he owed like $1 billion. He lost, I guess, owed the last $1 billion. Walt Disney had a debt of $1 billion in 2008, having knowledge in the area of investing. Although I was greedy, and I also lost my millions. So million, you say minus 10, and back in the 2008, I lost $1 million. And in a very short period of time, because I had knowledge in investing, I went from the red territory back into the green territory. And from being a negative investor, I became a professional investor again with very good balance. Trump, someone says, had the debt of $9 billion. No, that's not correct. Read the books. His debt was a little bit over $1 billion. We're talking about the personal debt. As for the company, it was minus 8. Yes, but okay, in total it is minus 9, but his personal debt was minus $1 billion and the company's debt was minus $8 billion because they had several instruments that showed a negative result. But when then the market revived, some of his liabilities became an asset. So like the negative red territory became green territory. So back in 2008, when I lost my millions, what saved me, I thought, well, Trump lost $1 billion and still he went back to the surface. My losing $1 million is nothing compared to him losing $1 billion. And knowledge, that's what saves you. And someone of you says minus 10, then you have a chance. Your chance is to follow strictly the rules of a private investor. Well, the crisis of 2008 in Ukraine, there was even a joke going around, and now they have this joke in Russia as well. In Russia, they had this joke that CIA, intelligence agency, had some intelligence report on Ukraine, like something happened in Ukraine. Like something happened. Males get together in pubs, they sit there in silence, they drink vodka and say, I'm in such a bad spot. I'm completely screwed up. So that's like, well, there is a wordplay actually here because the word ass is used, meaning like you're in a really bad spot. I have a big ass, but that's like the difficulty of translation. And the CIA guys couldn't really understand why they're saying they have a big ass, which actually meant that they were almost bankrupt. So what you need to do is you need to deal with your bank credits. And but you cannot actually deal with the banks, but you can deal and make an arrangement with your borrower, with your lenders, right? If you owe the money, you can always find a way, an arrangement with them. What I did, I borrowed money from my relative and we invested together in a business, and I gave him an IOU, saying that I will give him all the money back plus 100% interest. And if I fail to do it in a timely manner, I'm going to pay a penalty, like 5% per month. I think that was the amount of fine or penalty that I was going to pay. But the total amount should not be $120,000. And I borrowed $35,000 from him. But when I gave him the IOU, what I thought was, we're doing business together, and if the business takes off, well, sometimes it can slow down. In any case, if it takes off, we will use the business profits to pay him back. But I never thought that this business would be completely go down the drain. I never even imagined that our business would fail. So I had to pay my debt for 3 or 4 years, and that really drove me crazy because the amount of money that I paid him was 3 or 4 times bigger than the original debt. And I said, "Come on, that's enough." So that's how I dealt with it. when I had a person I owed money to, I went to that person and I told that person, look, I cannot pay you right now. All my businesses do not give me enough revenue for me to pay you back. I cannot give you the money that you originally gave me. So what I suggested to do, I told him, I'm going to create a new business. Our previous business went down the drain. You can take my commodities. I cannot sell them on my own. So let's split it in half and sell it all. And I will pay you 20% from the revenue of my new business. And he asked me, like, if you earn $1,000, you're going to pay me $200 from each thousand? And I said, yes. But he said, I don't need it. I said, how can I give you more? Because if I earn $1,000, I still need some money to make my living. So the main principle when you take a loan or a credit from the bank, and I use that principle always, all my loans and credit, I had like an income of $50,000, and all my loans were not more than $5,000 or $7,000. It's like 10% more tops. So or 20%. Sometimes my income was $70,000, $80,000 per month. Then the share of the loans were even lower. But when the crisis hit, my revenue dropped, but the amount of credits was the same. So I couldn't pay my debts anymore. Of course, my lenders, they were frustrated. They were angry with me that I couldn't pay them back. And the way I talked to them is as follows. I told him, like, Sergey, I borrowed $35 from you and I gave you an IOU. And so let's find some common understanding. And I told him, look, you gave me money without any guarantees. You just asked for an IOU, which isn't really a legal instrument, but I'm like a moral person and I want to give you back, but I don't have enough money to pay you every month. My revenue decreased by $3,000, $4,000, $5,000. I still have liabilities. I still have obligations. And look, I have 4 expense items, and you will be the first in my list of my creditors because you're a cool guy. And let's make a new arrangement that I will gonna pay you 20% of all my revenues. Of course, he did kind of was angry and didn't want to agree at first. But then when you pay throughout the year regularly to your debt to your lenders, then they will be kind of satisfied. And that's why I gave you that table of expenses of income and expenditures. Because in the costs, you can add like your liabilities, your obligations, and your credits, your loans should not account for more than 20% of your income. So someone says, I'm at minus stay. I owe you. That's what I mean. That's what it means. I owe you. I owe you money. It's like a semi-legal instrument. I remember we earned a lot of money. I went to the bank and paid them $30,000 because I owed them. And you know what they did, these assholes, what they did to me? And I went to them and said, I'm ready to pay you $30,000. And they said, cool, do it. And I told them, let's revise our loan agreement. And they said, okay, let's do it. But then they called me the next day and say, see you in court. Yes, pranoi. That's what it means. Oh, it's like a funny abbreviation that works. But what happened is that the amount of money that I owed them, they asked for much more. And I was left with pennies. And they also used interest on interest. And eventually, the amount that I owed them was much higher than original $30,000. And that's when I realized that banks are not a good party you should borrow money from. And I hoped they would go bankrupt one day. So this is your main principle. You should gather your strengths and go to the people you owe and try to find an arrangement and share this information with everyone, because there are people say that I have no money to invest. And tell them, if people who are in debt, tell them, like, why don't you give 20% of 20% of your income to pay your debts, and then you will also invest. But arrange with all your credit, make this arrangement with all your creditors that you put aside 20% of your income and use that 20% to pay to your creditors. Like, make a list of creditors. Well, you can prioritize your creditors. Cool people should be on top and less cool people should be somewhere close to the bottom. So you can prioritize your creditors and pay them from those 20% that you set aside from your income. So people who live in debt and people who go bankrupt because of the banking system that forces us to take a loan, or you took a loan for your business and the business went down the drain because you didn't look into it well enough. So the way you can get out of the situation is put aside 20% from your income to pay your debts, and do it regularly. You can go to that person that you owe money and say, I can show you my table of income and expenditures to show you that that's the amount of money I'm going to pay you. I'm playing fair here. I'm completely transparent. Please show the same attitude to me. I remember that in 1998, I borrowed money from a friend of mine, and then the crisis happened, and she told me that I was the worst friend ever because I borrowed money from her. And I said, Luda, look, I cannot pay you back because you're cursing me. And she says, how can I not curse you? Then you borrowed $20,000 from me. I have a small child to take care of, and you don't pay me. And I told her, I'm going to pay 20% from all my income, but please stop talking bad about me. Start talking like good stuff about me. And I gave her a book called What Should I Do When Everything Goes Down the Drain. And in a month and a half, I paid all my money back. I paid all the things that I owed to her. And when we met again, she said, I'm sorry for cursing you. We are close friends. You helped my daughter. And I was such a bad person because I called you names when I went to sleep. And after I read the book, I realized that it kind of was my fault as well. And when I asked forgiveness from all those people that I called names, another person who owed me money paid it back to me. I couldn't sell my car, and I sold it at a higher price that I asked for it. So you see, if you start thinking positive, and if you have people who owe you money, go to them and tell them how I can tell you how you can pay me back. So you create a table of income and expenditures that you're going to show me every month. I will become a free expert consultant for your financial debt hole that you got yourself into. You're gonna put aside 10% for investment. You gotta put aside 20% of your income to pay all the debts. For example, if I'm not the only person that you owe money to. So since I gave you that scheme to pay me back, I'm going to be the first creditor in your list of creditors, okay? That's what I did to my people who owed me money, how they should act. And they thanked me later, and they told me, Andrey, could you please remind me those 8 rules of a private investor? And since even if I gave people money, I want those people to be in a good place. And also I taught him how to meditate. So that person and his wife, before going to bed, they can meditate, and they will give me my money back in a shorter period. And in 3-4 months, they gave all the money that they owed me, and they couldn't pay it back in several years. So even if you owe people money, like you gave them, and now I owe you, that's what you should go. You go to that person and you help that person not to be a debtor anymore, because there are people who owe lots of money, like $500,000. And you know what they do? Some of them, like in the West, they bought a gun and they shot themselves to death, or they crashed in their car into a wall. But in the afterlife that we go to when we die, we should not go into the afterlife as a debtor. Never. leave your debts in this life, because that debt will pass on to your next life. Because so while you're alive, you should pay all your creditors, or ask for their like forgiveness, you know, or you should say like, I forgive you all my debts. Well, if you really cannot pay that person back, or that person cannot give you back your money, even after all the advice that you gave him. So that's what you should do. Even if you owe me money, you go to that person and say, look, you don't owe anything. Even if I had an IOU, if he hadn't give me an IOU, just maybe it's I gave it too much time to this topic, but you have a lot of potential clients who will be in debt. There will be a negative investors. And then you have give them the link to the video, Money Magnet meditation, and they will listen to that meditation for 21 days. People who start listening to my meditation, Money Magnet, for 10 days already start feeling better. I have another meditation in different languages, in Italian, in English, when I say in Russian, but a person can read the subtitles in their own language. So could you please put up the link to that meditation so people can use. Ruslan, could you please share the link to the meditation called Money Magnet in the YouTube, and also the link to the meditation that in the same format, please. Nika Slutska shared it with you. Let me try and copy paste it to you guys in the English chat, okay? If I'm not mistaken, that must be it, okay? Give me a second. Here you go. Hopefully this is the right link. The first rule when you're a negative investor, put aside 10% for investing and follow the rules, and then control your income and expenditures. Third, solve the issue with your creditors or people who owe you.
And well, my recommendation is the way I owed to someone. I wrote down that I don't owe anything to anyone and burned this paper. I put it into fire and was watching how it was burning. At the energetic level, actually, it was like a gift I made to the people, and the way I forgive the debts of the person, and I said that I will perceive this money when he gives it back, not as the return of the debt, but as a gift. And you know, when they bring this money back, I donated this money for charity. I helped someone or present it as a gift. I took it as a gift and actually donated this money forward. Did you get this? Well, dear friends, it's very important, extremely important, because unfortunately, 70% of men in Ukraine are in debt. There is wartime, and it's very easy to manipulate the people who are in debt. Give them the weapons and they will be in the war. And in Russia, I was actually surprised with the statistics. The loans and payment of loans back may reach up to 80% of the incomes of the households. And it's quite easy to manage slaves. Slaves are not willing to do anything when out of 100% of income, a person needs to give back 95% of this income. A person would never actually be willing to do something. Only 20% of your income is to be provided as the return of the debt. But if a person comes and say, you owe me, but you can tell me, I need to have some food, I started my business, I need to wear some smart shoes, smart suits. If I'm not efficient, if I don't look as a businessman that runs business, I will not give back my debt to you. And the same applies to the people I negotiated with who were unwilling to give me. I told them, you need to develop your business, you need to eat. That therefore 20% of all your revenues, of all your incomes is to be set aside, put aside for paying your debts. And another 10% is set aside for the saving up purposes. So there are such people with the philosophy of living on debt or living in debt. Unfortunately, the people with these mindsets, they will never change because they have this philosophy, and quite often they take something on loan and they get and engage in different pyramids only for this reason, because they say that tomorrow you will invest and today you will invest, but tomorrow you will get something back. There was a question, how can we make money in our reality, in our business? Dear friends, we don't have compulsory payments. Today you can register any person with debts, and he can get training in the back office and get some referral income. And moreover, with money, and you can make some earnings in tokens, because when tokens are issued on blockchain, I asked Igor, we have 23 crew tokens or 45 crew tokens. What are they? These are those people who got the bonus, and all these recordings will be issued on blockchain, recorded on blockchain. So we managed within 2 days and a half actually to transfer everything on blockchain, or 88 crew tokens. These are those people who already received tokens issued on blockchain. Well, let's move on. I dwelt on this alone, but it's very important. The negative investor or minus investor, please put a plus if you understand how you can, from this drain, from this swamp, wetland, you can become positive and get some income. Put a plus if you understand that this way you can help a lot of people that are living in misery, in debt. And there is another good meditation, by the way, the formula of love to yourself. Nika, if possible, can you please share this meditation by Maxim Kravtsov? I paid for them. The formula of love to yourself. So, did you understand? Did you understand? And so these meditations, you can actually drive your car, commute to work, or in the morning while you are washing your face and teeth, you can play this meditation in the back, like as the background. And when you hear to this meditation, the love to yourselves is generated. Maybe you will find there is the formula of happiness on YouTube by Maxim Kravtsov. Listen to it. This is what will help you. Let's move on. The zero investor. And these are these monkeys. I don't see anything. I hear nothing. I say nothing. These are the principles of this investor. They never borrow money. They never give something. And they never lend it. So generally, they sit and rot. Whether it's good or bad, generally, zero investors are those who were in heavy debts before, and then they are committed not to borrow or to lend. And generally, they, over time, they become either negative or smart investors. I would like to share one story with you, and in the end, I will tell you who this person is. Well, you know, now it's 15:48. We will have a 20 minutes break, and then I will move on. Please have a rest, 20 minutes rest and break to energize. And let's come back at 10 minutes past 4 p.m. sharp Moscow time. We will be back 20 minutes after.
doesn't even matter. I had to fall to lose it all. In the end, it doesn't even matter.
How well can you hear and see me? Well, as regards meditation, if you hear my meditation, me, the money magnet, there are a lot of magics actually. And one thing I can explain, well, look, we are full of energy and composed of trillions of cells. And this is the magic, but since we are the energy and information substance composed of miniature cells, the information which we get out, quite probably you've heard that everything we have today is our thoughts and actions yesterday. But since our thoughts and actions shape our philosophy, and as soon as we get something in, each cell is energized by this information. When a person continuously listens to the political news like my dad, he may not fall asleep until he finish up with listening to some political news where they say nonsense. And it affects your visualization, your consciousness, and no matter you want or don't want, you will project it in reality. Why this meditation money magnet plays an important role? If you pay attention 2 hours every day to meditation when you drive a car, meditate, play this meditation, the money magnet, or the formula, laugh to yourself. And why you need this? Because all this crazy stuff you get in during the day, actually you need to clear it away in the evening. And every 28 days, the cells are recovered, renovated, and within this time, when people listen to my meditation money magnet, his cells are energized by the idea of success, energy, money magnetism, and the commitment to being the money magnet. And this person starts to magnet money as well. It's quite simple. Either the person himself reads it out loud. When I started doing affirmations myself, it was called by this word. I wrote them down saying, my name is Khovratov Andrey, I'm a successful person, I'm the money magnet, and etc. and etc. Everything you hear in the meditation is what I actually say, no matter where I am, either in the woods or at the seacoast, is what I repeat in my mind. But before that, it took me minutes to read it. And I have a theory of a large person who I am, and a small person sitting on my shoulder saying, Andrey, what nonsense you are saying. Are you a small child and believe in these fairy tales, and you need to just to kick it off from your shoulder, saying, go away, don't bother me, if you have this small person on your shoulder. And and after 5, 10, 20 minutes after, I read and believe that, yes, I'm a successful person. I am the top leader of the multi-level industry. And all these goals I set become reality. I help the people in this and that for them to become successful, and etc., etc., prosperous. And this meditation, the money magnet, and the formula of love to yourself, and other meditation with some breaks. There is a healing meditation at channel. So there is a meditation how you can escalate to the fifth dimension. So the lady who is reading, her voice is like angel. And with some special effects to her voice, what happens? Every day you receive information. And 20 days after, when the cells break down and turn into two, so the former dies and they are multiplied into two, and immediately after this 21 day, and then once a week, because on the 28th day the cell separates into twos and they spread this information. Afterwards they separate into twos again and it duplicates. When a person talks about his financial success, 2 months after, he will become a totally new personality. And afterwards, this new personality will see himself as a leader. And afterwards, what you have in your mind, you can actually transform it into the reality. And therefore, you can live a dream of your life maximum in 6 months. Actually, you can learn how to do it. And I had one student who told me during the first session that 1 month after I would have a dream of my life, and 1 month after actually he confirmed that he changed. There were a lot of changes in his life. He moved to a house at the sea coast. And the reason I'm saying that we are responsible for our life by changing those ideas we have in our head, in our brains. We can create these new values in our heads. And the zero investor, this is your philosophy. Never borrows money from anyone and never lends it. I will give you one story. And as far as I remember, this is a story of one famous person. The name will be given in the end. Well, one day, one business trainer in the US was riding one road and went to one restaurant because their potatoes and the poultry wings were very delicious. And later on, instead of this road, the highway was constructed, and he took this highway, but he still had some memories of that road and the restaurant, and he wanted desperately to try the potatoes and these wings. So he took a road, a different road, so this old road. When he came to this restaurant, there were crowds of people. Maybe you know who this person is, because this is a well-known story, by the way. And he came to this restaurant back 20 years after, and he sees no one there, but before that there were crowds of people, and the owner of the restaurant this time was a waiter. And he asked him, what happened to you? There were crowds of people in your restaurant. And actually one person gave a response that this is the way, the recipe of the fried potatoes. Yes, I'm talking about KFC restaurant. And the owner of this restaurant, when the business trainer started to talk to them, what happened? So a new road was constructed and I'm in this misery. Everything goes bad, don't have money to pay salaries. And quite soon, so he decided to take a loan to expand the business, but eventually there was a collapse. And a person who lives on loan, sooner or later, he will be ruined. This is the way. And actually, and this business trainer said, your potatoes are so delicious. So your poultry wings are very tasty and yummy. You can make a new business. If you want, you can address me and I will tell you. And this KFC traveled across a lot of restaurants and all of them said that, no, we don't need your potatoes, your wings. And then he signed a contract saying that you will not pay anything to me, but he wanted to sell the recipes of the restaurant. But you will pay me as a fee every time these potatoes or wings are bought, are ordered. He signed an agreement, and afterwards the KFC chain emerged, and this person became very wealthy, but he started this business about when he was 50 years of age. The reason I share this story with you, if a person has this principle, he sooner or later will become a smart guy or will become a negative investor. By the way, if you know a person who follows this principle of zero investing in his or her life, please put a plus. The reason I'm saying all this, look, when we talk to many people, we need to understand which potential investor level this person belongs to, either the zero investor or negative investor. A starter, a starting investor, the next one, willing a lot to learn to invest and invests a lot to those projects with high risks. So they are interested, so actually not in low risk project, and this is their philosophy. He has a great desire to learn how to invest and invests whatever they can to get large percent. Such people usually say, I need it without risk and at 10-20% per month. So they are investors starters. They start investing. They learned what investing is, 8 rules of a private investor, and then they find a company which offer 10-20% per month, but generally they are, as a rule, pyramids or some crooks who firstly pay but then don't. But in order to earn 10-20% per month, you need to create the capital first of all, and then naturally there are such incomes, we discussed them last session, which have a gain of 1000% capital gain and the return. Let's do some math for you to understand. You all know that we enter the business of sushi master restaurants. Let's imagine that we created 100 restaurants of sushi master, 100 restaurants, and should we apply the MLM marketing system and people become co-owners of the CryptoUnit program, they gradually will receive profit bonus, will be paid profit bonus. But we invest even more. Let's do math, simple math, for you to understand where the interests, large interests, are generated. If you invest them immediately, one sushi master restaurant, about 70,000 US dollars to be invested into one restaurant with the return of about 1,500. If you multiply and do the math, you will get only 2% per month. But should we apply 100 restaurants with the average profit to be generated 3,000 multiplied by 3,000 US dollars, we get 300,000 US dollars. Do the math with me. Divided by 70, we can actually set up another 4 restaurants. And in the second year, minus net of profit bonus, we will have 104 restaurants, and I will make the capitalization. You will see this in white paper and roadmap with the detailization of the capitalization when we have 50 to 50 franchise and 100 franchise. 104 restaurants altogether in the second year, and the profit divided by 70. It will be enough for another 4 restaurants. So altogether 108 restaurants, and out of these profits 1 year after we will have 160, and you can calculate capitalization for 6 years. So we started from 100 restaurants with the profit of about, the referral profit is 20%, and all the other will be reinvested into the setup of other restaurants. And roughly, my rough estimate gives me 300 restaurants within the next 5 years multiplied. And if people attract more people, actually we can increase the profit by 5,000 multiplied by 5,000 US dollars. 300, it will be multiplied, it will be so 1.5 million. 1.5 million divided by 7.5 as our investment multiplied by 100. This is 20% interest rate per capital invested a month. And 10 years after, we will have about 1,000 restaurants. So these profits divided by our initial investment, we will have 60% of interest rate on the initial investments, and the 60% per month minus 20% as the dividend income, the net interest rate would be 400, 500 interest rate per annum on your initial investment. But the starting investor would like to get these interests next month. And it's natural that these people lose money and become either negative investors or become and belong to smart investors category, which are split into 3 subcategories. They are smart guys, and I knew a lot of people who actually were these smart guys or intelligent guys, intelligent investors. These people, when a good proposal is received by them, do you know what they say? It's nonsense. But the pyramid, there is such a feeling that scam business is what they need. They respond positively to any scam business. So I remember they were in pyramids. I phoned them, look, Skyway, and they were criticizing me, saying that Skyway is another pyramid. And 3 months after CryptoUnit is launched, they phoned me back and offer and propose the true scam business. It's not a pyramid, but a scam business, because pyramid applies multi-level networks. And generally, these people, why they are hard-nosed or intelligent guys? Because the best motivation for them is to make fast money. The next subcategory is traders or speculators. Well, they are not the traders in the stock market. Traders or speculators are everywhere with some 10 years of investment experience. And then I ask them, which experience in real estate you have? For instance, they say, I live in Germany and there are some soft loans, some cheap loans, and when everything is bad with a person or the bank takes away their accommodation, it's like the illegal raiding or illegal turnover. Actually, I buy this accommodation at a low price, get some interest rate, so get some profit on renting, and I get a loan from the bank and pay back this, because the loans, mortgage loans, are quite cheap in Europe, 3-4%. So it's not quite huge money, but afterwards I keep this accommodation for some time. I resell it at a higher price. And this is my experience of about 10-15 years. And I'm a super investor. Which category does this person belong to? A hard thinker, trader, some speculation guy, or the long term? So please write down, what do you think? Which subcategory this investor belongs to? Yes, speculation guy. Or another example, a course of the investment consultant was taken by one of my students, but he didn't ask any question, but he entered the academy, and afterwards he created a course on gold. When I look through this course and the investment into gold, actually the idea, his idea, was to make an advertising and buy scrap gold. You can buy it from your relatives, from your acquaintances, but actually I treat it as the way to save your money. When in 2008 there was a crisis and I had negative balance sheets, deficit balance, $7,000 US, but actually I got some liabilities, but I had a lot of gold and I sold this gold. And gold actually helped me a lot because the price went up, and you can go and sell some gold chains. I bought them from one acquaintances of mine, and he said, so the reason I call him this way, a guy, my acquaintances, because he lost a lot in gambling and he sold his huge gold chain to me. So generally these chains, gold chains, were worn by those people like illegal businessmen or some gangsters in Russia. So he needed urgently money and he sold them to me. And afterwards I cut it into pieces, and the total weight was about 100 grams, and I cut it into pieces of 20 grams and then received money when I sold them. So his course, the course of that of my student, was about that: buy this gold and look for some advertisements in the papers. So when you have some stones, precious stones in these chains, it's not a good idea. But actually his idea was to buy different rings, chains, earrings, clean them up, and then so he bought it at a lower price and sold it at a higher price. And which category of investor does he belong to? A speculator, a true speculator.
So as I always say, speculators, the way they do, you can buy like a cart with hot dogs or ice cream and you can sell it at a higher price. This is also speculation, but there are professionals who work in the market. They can be super professionals and traders, but they are still traders. They're not investors. And there are also long-term investors among the smart investors. Usually it's insurance funds for 15, 20 years ahead. It's a long-term investment. It's like a cushion, safety cushion. And that's why I put this image in front of you. They insure like pension insurance or health insurance. They have a long-term thinking. They don't want to run any risks. They get insurance only from AAA companies, etc. But let me tell you that in 2008, when the crisis hit, there was one company, insurance company, that had 35% of retired people. It was not only about 20-year pension retirement certificates, not only in the United States and Canada, but across the entire planet. There were a lot of people investing in retirement certificates from Europe as well for 10, 20 years. And then in 2008, that company was recognized as a financial pyramid. And I was quite surprised. For 30, 40 years, that company has been in operation. And for the last 20 years, they had a bank label of AAA, AAA. This is the highest rating there. So if you invest in a company, it's the highest rating possible. And then in 2008, it was recognized as a financial pyramid because it turned out they didn't have nothing to their name. But how did the commission assess them as AAA company? That's like nonsense. So, dear friends, long-term investors, they don't want to run any risks. They will go make deals only with renowned companies, contracts, etc. So those who invested $100,000, $50,000 into that renowned insurance company, they lost all of their money, not a single penny left. That's why you should not only think about being a long-term investor, but go to the next level, next category, which is a lifelong investor or continuous investor. They understand everything in investor. They understand investing. They understand how to manage risks and how to diversify them. They understand how to select investment instruments. They know how to create a balanced portfolio. Usually they're already engaged in investing consultant and are expert in the different directions, areas. And the purpose, goal number one of the Academy of a Private Investor, is to create by 2020 more than 1,000 such people, such investors, and by 2028 to create 1 million such investors, because those investors will never lose their money. So sorry, there is a mistake here. It's not 1 million, but 1 billion by 2028. 1 million of professional investors. So you should add 3 zeros here, and we will correct it in our slides as well. The goal is to have 1 billion, which is 15% of the global population. That's the goal number one of the Academy of Private Investor, to have that many continuous investors who know what investing is. They know how to manage and diversify risk. They know how to preserve and multiply their capital. So guys, it's not a 1 million, it's 1 billion. We need to add 3 more zeros. I'm doing it in the Russian slides. You can do it in your head if you want to. Okay, I added 3 zeros in the Russian slides. Okay, 1 billion of people by 2028 should be continuous investors. This year, we need to have over 1,000 such investors as a start, and those people will be able to move on to the 4th level, which is experienced investors. Usually, they focus their investments in several projects while creating conditions for long-term and experience investments. So leader managers, top managers, vice presidents, presidents of the Consumer Society NEEW and CryptoUnit program who graduated from Master Profit courses, they are experienced investors. The work that they create, that they perform, they create conditions for new people to come to us. Remember, I told you that one of the best areas is creating big income flow is to become a multi-level crowd investor. So this is how we increase our yield, our return on investments. So the more income you have, the more you can put aside. Because if you have a big income, you can put aside up to 50% and invest it. Not more than, though. No, even if you earn $1 million per month, you should not put aside and invest more than $500,000. And the rest you can spend on yourself. So you can, if you're fed up with business class, you can rent a jet, or later you can buy your own jet, right? But again, 50%, you should be able to spend 50% of your income on yourselves, on your needs and costs, and the rest, but not more, should be invested in this case, up to 50%. I'm gonna shut down the curtains because the sun is hitting me directly in the face. So one of the main goals, dear friend, is to have experienced investors from our investment consultants. So people who are lifelong or continuous investors, they can either buy the franchise, the Genius of Finance, from us, and they can then go into the masses with the Genius of Finance Gay and do this massive like marketing, or they can prepare and train people. And what they do is they provide private financial and investment consultations. So professional investors can be split into two categories. Remember, in trading, there may be people who are professional investors. They can be experts in asset management. They can be experts in portfolio investments, or IPO experts, or real estate professional investors. Not the like guys that I told you about, although there is some takeaway that you can learn from those speculators. But there are also multidisciplinary professional investors. And one of the goals is for us to have at least 1 million multidisciplinary professional investors by 2024, 2028. When we have 1 million multidisciplinary professional investors, we will be able to create a group of 1 billion of continuous investors, dear friends. And the professional investor is a person who never loses money at all, because his money is allocated in different areas. And multi-level crowd investing is very profitable area for the simple reason that when a person enters it, unlike other areas where you go and you start earning money when you start selling, but when a person enters a multi-level crowd investing business as ours, they start earning money starting from the next month. It might not be a big money, but with the growth of the company, with the growth of the volumes and the revenue of the company, they receive more and more. So it doesn't matter, it doesn't mean that they will always have their income increased on the rise, because sometimes volumes go up, sometimes they go down. It's like it's a normal trend. You see, like the green curve on our slide, that's how usually growth looks like. But the overall balance over the year will go up. So one of the main goals of the Academy of the Private Investor is to train such multidisciplinary professional investors. I personally invested in 22 different investment segments, and I know how those markets work. I cannot say that I'm an expert in all of those segments, but I have an inkling of idea how they work in order for me to have a positive balance at the end of the day. And if some of your instruments shows negative result, never mind, because you have diversified your investments and other investments will show positive result, which will outbalance your negative results. Okay, now let me tell you again what kind of levels of investors we have in the academy and what levels we've covered so far. There are 7, all of them with 2 sub-levels. So guys, put it in the chat. What are the levels of an investor and what levels we've covered so far in your chats? Come on. Guys, all of them again, not word by word. Yeah. Give me in the chat immediately all the levels that exist, and then the levels that we've covered so far. So if someone says, Maya says -0, or I guess minus is negative, 0. Jesus. So we have continuous, professional, smart, professional. There is still one lacking here. Negative 0 beginning, smart, continuous, experienced, professional, and okay. Sonia says 0 amateur, clever, continuous, experienced, professional. What about the negative one? Mainly it's women answering the questions. Oh, finally Boris gave us his 2 pence. Okay, Natalia says minus 0 amateur, clever, continuous, experience, personal. Again, mainly women giving their answers. In Switzerland, there are now a lot of companies that are not quite good, to put it mildly. Let's move on, dear friends. Well done. Business plan for the life of your dreams. What we start here with is you need to know what you need to know to create a business plan for the life of your dreams. Item 1 is visualization. When you ask a person, why do you need money? Well, let me ask you, why do you need $1 million? No, scratch that. Put a plus in the chat if you want to become a millionaire and earn $1 million per year. And now, could you tell me, why do you need that million? Just tell me, why do you need that money? Why do you need that million? Okay, I'm still waiting for the answers, okay? To someone to travel around the world, to not to be dependent on your children when you are old, for well-being, to set up my unique business, agricultural business, in order to stop working, go into work, and not be a slave. Well, you can stop doing it right now. Take a hammer and smash your alarm clock, like our President Petro Zhalbe did. And then I remember he went to his employer and said, I'm firing you. And he said, no, you can't. It's me who can fire you. But he said, I'm firing you, and left the job. That's what he did. So first you need to create a collage, which is desire, dream, and faith. So visualization, what's visualization is all about? A dream is the lifestyle that you visualize, that you envision. A person may say, well, I want an apartment. But in his understanding, it can be a 2-room apartment somewhere cheap in some small town, which doesn't cost too much, 30, 40, 50,000 euros, with cheap furniture, etc. But someone, when they envision their flat or their real estate, is like the house you see on the slide, like 1,000 square meters. Other people, I want to have a good job. And they envision it as sitting behind the desk, answering calls. Others envision themselves repairing apartments. Other guys imagine themselves like having an expensive suitcase with an expensive pen, holding negotiations. So the visualizations can differ. You know, there is such thing as associations. So this is your assignment for today. You get down and start dreaming. Put on good music. If you have a collage already, you can add something to it. Put on some good music and start dreaming big. Dreaming is about creating your collage. So before going to bed, look at that collage. And when you wake up, you look at that collage as well. It will help you implement your goals and dreams. And then faith. Faith is about affirmation, about meditation. It's like incantation. For you to make your dreams come true. And then you put down your specific aims, your goals, and you start planning and taking action. Let me give you a small example. A lot of people wrote me that, Andrey, look, put a plus in the chat if you decided to attend the Marathon 260, MLCI Marathon 260. I see people putting plus, but who already bought the ticket? Because it was available today from 12 p.m. And now tell me if you can't buy it because you don't have money enough for it. Those put a minus if you are not actually able to buy it because of the lack of resources. Okay, I see there are people who putting minuses here. Okay, but you want to, right? Look, guys, you still have a lot of time. You have 12 days. And now I want to talk with you about an important thing, which is decision making. If you made up your mind, if you took the decision that everything inside you wants to buy it, then let me assure you, you will be there. Because tomorrow there will be a guy who will tell you, look, I want to invest some money and I know that you know a thing or two about investment. Could you please give me an advice? Like, for example, if they invest $1,000 or $10,000, you'll get a bonus of 800, like your commission. So there will be, where there is a saying, where there is a will, there is a way. So start visualizing today. Tell me if you liked what you heard from me, how we should deal with our creditors and with our lenders, with our borrowers. That's what you should do. Go to them and say, look, today I attended a wonderful course called The First Steps in Private Investing. I attended this webinar, like a masterclass, practical steps. And I learned one interesting thing. And ask him, do you know people who you owe money to? And they will say, no, everything is fine. Maybe there are people who owe you. And they will say, yes, I do. And then tell him, I'm going to tell you a very interesting thing. You can do this, this, and that. And our company offers opportunities like this. And there are already a company that teaches you to set aside 10% of your income and use 20% of your income to pay your debts. And then that person will get interested and will ask you to tell more, give you more details, and maybe eventually he will invest $10,000, $20,000, maybe more. Again, where there is a will, there is a way. Motivation is a unique, powerful thing. I always motivate people strongly, and not everybody quite likes it. But okay, do you want me to show you how in 5-10 seconds you can get money? If you don't have it, you don't have money, I can show you how you can get it in a matter of 5-10 minutes. Okay, now let's do the following. But first, write it. What do you think who do you think a person loves most in this world? On your example, let's say, who do you love most in that world? People say themselves, children, etc. Mother, grandchildren, parents, wife. Well, imagine that person is in a situation when you get a call from the hospital and they tell you, I took a look at your diagnosis results, and you have you gave some blood tests, and the results shows that you have a very serious disease, but there is a vaccine costing $3,000 which will help you, or 100,000 Russian rubles, okay, or $1,500, any kind of amount. And if you buy that vaccine, you will get cured. You'll find that money in 3 days. Or people saying who love their children most. Imagine getting a call from the hospital saying that your kids got in a traffic accident they are in a hospital right now, but and they are in very serious condition, but you can save them if you buy this expensive medicine costing $3,000. Do you think you will be able to find that money to save your children? Not that you'll be looking for it, that you will be able to find it. Of course you will. It took you 10 seconds to find that money. And you'll tell me, look, this is hypothetical situation, Andrey. No, the question was not about money. It was about decision making. Was about making up your mind. When you make up your mind to take a decision, money will find itself. When a person makes a decision, it's he'll be 100% confident that they will find it. It's not about a hypothetical situation. It's not the money that plays the most important role, but it's about making up your mind, because you were in a situation where you needed to find it.
If you understand that this education, this training, this master class marathon 260 will take you from this situation you are facing now, from this swamp, from this drain, if this is the only thing that can rescue you and he understands this, then it means 100% that they will find money. Well, if you every day will tell people what you learn, even at today's webinar, at least what you learned at this webinar, and how they can change their lives, which benefits they will get, because we are at the first stage now. Later on, we will move on to the second stage, and the price will be different, and 1 year after the third stage. And on the 3rd March, the opportunities will be different, and the situation matters a lot. Let's imagine that you are in a gym. And on the floor there is a line of a pillar of 100 meters long and 10 centimeters wide, and it is on the floor, a pillar on the floor, and from one point to the other one. Who will walk along this pillar? Like, please write down if you can walk along it. It is on the floor, 10 centimeters wide, 20 centimeters high, and 100 meters long. And now, look, it is suspended 100 meters above, and it is between two skyscrapers, and you need to walk along this pillar. And if you do, you will find $10,000. Please write down in the second situation, if you risk and walk with no security. Well, you see in the Russian-speaking chat, I see less number of people, because 100 meters down, you may be scared of heights, you may be afraid of falling. Most people say that no, they won't walk. Now let's take the third situation. The same pillar, 100 meters long. Now it is above two skyscrapers. There is rain, some precipitation, and on the other side of the building, on the other side of the pillar, there is actually the fire, heavy fire, and this is the building where you have your beloved person, your girlfriend or boyfriend, your wife or a husband. Can you please tell me who can take this risk and walk? While you are calling for the helicopter, there is only 10 minutes left. Some people say that they will crawl actually, but no one is afraid of the risk because they need to rescue their beloved. So this is the level of motivation, dear friends, the level of motivation we all have. When you take decision, it's quite similar to these people. When your decision is done, is made, then 100% everything will be achieved. And now, please write down if you want. Now, I don't have money, but I would like to be a participant of the marathon 260. Write this down if you want. I want. I am committed. I have an intention to participate. Write this down. Do not put pluses. Write this down. I want to be a part of this 260 marathon. Now, write down who will be a participant of this marathon. Write this down. This is the time for decision making. Write it down. I don't have the opportunity yet, but my decision is taken and I will be a participant of this 260 marathon. The decision is taken. I want to be a part of this marathon. Now, speak out loud to yourself. I made this decision and I will be part of the marathon. The 2nd of February, I will start it. So say it out loud to yourself in the room where you sit, no matter where you are. Please say it loudly to yourselves. I even feel this energy. When I start screaming or saying something loud, I made my decision. I said I'm committed to be there and I will spend another week to find the opportunity to be there in the marathon. I immediately feel your energy. Great, dear friends. Well, you see, what we need now, visualization. You need to visualize how you become a participant of the marathon. You need to see new clients, 20 persons to be told about what you learned about these 8 rules of a private investor, 5 commandments of an investor. And I can assure you that out of 100 people, you will tell all this within the next week. There will be those who would like to join the marathon. And in addition, you will get some income and use this money to join the marathon. Well, look. When you visualize your future, then when you have this dream collage, and when we start acting, 80% of your actions are to be focused on your goals, planning, and actions, to be here and now. Many people are as follows. Many long-term investors, they say, now I will put aside $200 monthly, 20 years will do it, and 20 years after I will become a millionaire. But he is thinking about future, but not thinking about the present. You need to live a good life today and now. And you need to do something which will multiply or grow your capital. So now, first of all, you need to take some actions. You need to create a dream collage. If you don't know what it is, there is a course, 8 Principles of Success, where you can get a video, my first video, as Eldar Ruslan. Can you please share my video, which is called 8 Rules of Success? And the first one is a dream. Please share the link for people to have a look how to create a collage. Second thing is to create a visualization of your future for 5, 10, 15 years. The third action, personal pension program, or how to retire in 4, 8, 12 years with this income. And now I want to share with you quite an interesting table called well, where is this table? The pension plan. I will share the table with you. Please upload it, get it, but don't write anything there. I will give access to all of you, but don't complete this table or change this table. I will open. No, I do it in a different way. I will open it and put it onto my screen. Can you see my screen? Now I want to share my screen with you. Well, pension plan, Yandex. Andrey is looking for the table, the place where table is located. Yandex browser, we are in Yandex. This is the Russian browser. Demonstration of your screen. Can you hear the table now? It's called the pension plan. If you can, please tell me if you can see it. Great. In Voci, so 100, 500, 1,000 of your savings and investments, then 2,000, the fifth year 5,000. And let's have a look at the result. 100 saving with the capital gain of 5%. This is the capital gain. So our task within the next 4 years to get the capital income. Which one? Let's have a look. 4 years after, the capital income is 100,000 US dollars. Here it is. Let's have a look what we will have 8 years after. 8 years after, it will be 2,027,000 and something. So if every year, in addition, we put aside something and reinvest it, you see, you understand the principle. But 1 million will be reached 83 months after, meaning almost 7 years, 7.5 years, your capital income is 1 million with the monthly capitalization of 5%. But there are people who say, I don't have 30 years to live after. So let's set a different interest rate of capital gain. 4 years after, so we will have larger figures, but if we learn within the first year to put aside not 100 US dollars, but 200 US dollars, second year, not 500, but 1,000 US dollars, third year, instead of 1,000, we will have 2,000, year 4, 3,000, and year 5, 5,000. Then 4 years after, we will have the capital income of 1 million. Can you see it? So if we have the capital gain of 12% on average, but we grow much faster, our business grow much faster, all the money are invested for capital growth, and a part of it is for profit, and this is the reason why we have this small profit bonus, not 20%, but only 3.5% of the portfolio in the liquid assets which generate profits monthly. But we would like to have a 2%. Should we vote for 20%? Should we increase it to 20%, then in December the profits would be larger, and therefore the capital gain is larger. And 4 years after, following this pattern, you will have 12 million. 4 years after, you are a young pensioner. Therefore, this table, you can actually copy it to your disk, first of all, download it to your laptop, and then make a new copy. You can download it and create your copy and play with all these figures. And this is your pension plan. The idea is that you put something aside, you save up, and it shouldn't be crypto units only. We will talk about this. So I stop sharing my screen and we are coming back to my presentation. Now, dear friends, why? How to become a young pensioner? All those who use multi-level marketing networks or MLCI networks, look, in January, when you involve people to our business, you, under the marketing plans, for instance, a person may get as a bonus 100,000 crypto units points. You get 80% out of this 8,000, and once of a sudden he buys 1 million, then you get 8%. This is 80,000. And because of the percentage under the marketing plan, we pay it above the points and the tokens. And similarly, the bonus which you receive on crypto units, you get it under the marketing plan, this amount. It's a huge opportunity, and this is the power, the strength of the MLCI business. You can also generate some cash income, and secondly, you can earn on those instruments which this company, our company in our case, offers. So actually almost no one else can offer this. Only dozens of companies in the world only, but we are a leader. And secondly, please have a look. We decided, actually, I don't know whether you made this decision. I need to look through your voting. So actually we voted for the separation of the bonus program, loyalty program bonus into two parts. So the 50% of the bonus program loyalty in January will be allocated to those who enter the first part, and another, the remaining 50% will be allocated to those who enter the second. Do you get it? So there will be stages, the first, the second, the third. So the money which people bring today, they will earn quite a good income. I will do some math for you to understand the profit bonus to be paid. Let's do it together for you to understand. Again, I will open it for you to see it. To say, in the second part, a person buys an EIP, let's do the math together, to say he buys EIP of 1,000 and get as a bonus 14 tokens on CRU points. And under our plan is to hit 143,559 and 2 billion tokens to be allocated to points, and 1 billion under the marketing plan and other accumulations, other payments. And should we hit 143,552, but the person has 14,300 as a bonus, as a point, so it will depend whether we can do it. Let's calculate if we hit 10 million. I will grasp my pen and we will write down this. So 143,559. Yes, as of today, I can tell you immediately, as of the 17th of January, our turnover is not large. Again, for new TNG and CryptoUnit, there it will be maximum 2 million. Therefore, we have all the chances to improve. But if a person gets from 14 to 300 tokens, 14,300, but the volume is 143 million, 14,355, 919, it will be allocated to all the tokens. And it will be, the second part, 32 billions of tokens released altogether. 14,355,918 divided by this 32 billion, we get that each token gets 3 zeros multiplied by this amount, and the earning is $6, 41 cents out of his 1,000. 6.41 divided by 1,000 and multiplied by 100 multiplied by 12 months, it's 7.5% in the first month. But if a person attracts further and gets 100% under the marketing plan, then in the first month, his goal is to have 100 people that will become partners of the marathon 260 multiplied by 100 and by 6, it will be 6.5 million multiplied at average 8%. And eventually he gets another 195,000 under the marketing plan multiplied by 3 zeros, 862, and another $87 divided by 1,000 and multiplied by 100. And he gets 9.3% a month multiplied by 12 months is 100% per annum. So this is our calculation. If he is simply an investor, he will have 0.6%, but if the amount is different, it would be 1.5% approximately. But if the price of EIP is $100, then it will be smaller. But most importantly, as I told you before, if he do multi-level crowd investing business, the main asset he can have is the network of your partners. The larger this network is, the larger your profit bonus is, and the larger the bonus you are paid under the loyalty program. And therefore, dear friends, why I always say that when you join the system of multi-level business, MLCI business, and the CryptoUnit program, your chances to become a millionaire and to put aside more, because I frequently receive a question, how can I put aside more under this pension plan if my total salary is $200 or $300 or $500? I can put aside only $50. He can start working with us and set a goal and make the decision which I talked about this month. You would like to put aside 10% of your total income, of the income you make, and eventually you will get about $200, and in the second year you can actually put aside another 20-30%, and eventually you will have several thousands of US dollars of your income you generate. It will be 5,000 and in the third year.
So what's unique about this entire system is when you create a financial plan and you see those figures, those numbers, then the question is that you work in the multi-level crowd investing system. You hold meetings and where you will get money to buy yourself a suit, business suit, to hold meetings. It will be a low priority question because rich people do not work for money. They work for assets. You could put down that rule somewhere in your notebooks. And people in the financial flow of a poor class, they work for money, for the sake of money, not for the sake of assets. So guys, when you become first a partner, but then you aim to become a top manager by the end of the year in the company, or you aim to become a vice president this year, then you will start actively doing this business. Put a plus in the chat if you understood why it is profitable to enter and create the network of multi-level business. And now put a plus if you are ready to get the training, to get trained, and you're ready to attend Marathon 260 because you want to become a top manager. Just put it down. Yes, I make the commitment. I'm ready to take the commitment in order to do this business. Put it down in writing. Only Vera said, I'm ready, and the rest just put a plus. No, that's not how the way it works. You need to write the entire phrase. Yes, I'm ready to take the commitment and start doing multi-level business and join the consumer society NEEW. That's the way I tell you. Yes, I'm ready to take the commitment and start doing multi-level crowd investing business, rework in the CryptoUnit program, and in the community society, NEEW economic evolution of the world, NEEW. Yes, that's the way you should put it down. That's how your commitment becomes solidified, set in stone. You need to write the entire sentence. I'm ready to take the commitment. I'm ready to start from scratch and become a top manager or a vice president or even a president in massive marketing within the massive marketing training program that we are launching on the 2nd of February. And now, write the same thing on a piece of paper. Took a blanket piece of paper, and that's what you should do by hand. Today, come on. Today, on the 18th of January, 2020, I say Andrey Khovratov, but you should put your own name. Svetlana Kapustina, for example, or Irina Mishmilana, or Maya Yashkina, Alia Guliyev, Borisa Saga. Yes, I'm sorry. Who else? Elaine Squires. I am ready. I made up my mind to become a professional in multi-level crowd investing within CryptoUnit program and in consumer society, NEEW economic evolution of the world. In short, NEEW. I'm dictating right now. You should be putting it down on a piece of paper. I am joining the master class called Marathon MLCI 260. I commit to do all the assignments. I commit to taking the necessary practical steps that we will learn about during the marathon. I commit to, within 260 days, starting from the 2nd of February 2020, commit to becoming a top leader in the multi-level crowd investing industry. And in autumn 2020, I will attend Eventi 2020 with my team numbering over 1,000 people. You might have a team of 1,000 people already, then those people should be new people. You should put it down in writing on a piece of paper, guys, not in the chat. So today, on the 18th of January, 2020, I, insert your name, made up my mind or took the commitment to become a professional in multi-level crowd investing within CryptoUnit program and the consumer society, the NEEW economic evolution of the world. I will attend master class training called Marathon 260, MLCI Marathon 260. I will do all the homework, home assignments. I will take all the practical steps which I learned about during that master class. I shall, within 260 days, starting from the 2nd of February 2020, become a top manager in the multi-level crowd investing industry. And in autumn 2020, I shall attend event with more than 1,000 newly registered people registered this year, my rank, and then you put your rank, insert your rank, top manager, vice president, or president. Thus shall be done, and you put your signature. So thus shall be done, and your signature. I did it too, you see. But my goal is to have 100,000 people, not 1,000 people. Guys, can you feel the internal drive, this internal energy? Put a plus. And also put a plus if you indeed put it down on a piece of paper. I see only women are giving me some feedback and very few men. It's mostly ladies. They are more active. Guys, we're talking about money here. And usually money is perceived to be a man's business. So I'm glad that we broke the stereotype. So how can we... so we discussed this part, and let's move on. And now we have a table of income and expenditures. And here, and that's for, I did it for those people who say that they have no time for business. What should I do? I want to. So if you take a look, there is a column one column called I. It's called SET. Well, SED, actually it's a Russian abbreviation. It means saved income. So it should be what? SI, right? So you should start saving money. You know, sometimes people don't want to take change in the store. You should start doing it. You should start saving in every place possible. Maybe you reallocate your costs. Maybe you should spend less money on gasoline or diesel. Maybe you go like this, you know, you drive like this across the entire city and you spend a lot of gasoline, but you can plan your itinerary. Like first I go here, then I go here, and then I spend half the gasoline. You saved, you see? And when you save, you earn. Saved money is money earned. See where you can save, and then the money saved you can put in your reserve fund, in your savings fund, okay? We still have some time left. Let's talk about the 10 main sectors of the investment business, and let's put down how are we going to create our portfolio. And you should do it by the next week. Banking sector, insurance funds, stock market, currency market, forex, cryptocurrency market. We will look into it during this session and next one. Equity participation market, education market, precious metals market, precious stones market, culture and art. Okay, so this is what the diversification means. Look, it's a don't keep all your eggs in one basket, even if those eggs are golden eggs. If you drop the basket, all eggs get smashed, right? So what you need to do here, I will give you $1 million of virtual money, and I'm going to give you a template for the investment portfolio. Guys, I'll try to copy paste it into your English chat, but I'm not sure it's gonna be in English. But again, no, it's better than nothing, right? And now if you follow the link, you will see a the investment portfolio. So the more instruments we have in our investment portfolio, the more diversified our investments are. So what in your opinion, what is the main goal of an investor, the main aim of an investor? Come on, guys, stop writing. What is the main task of an investor? Andrey Khovratov said to preserve and multiply. Exactly, Mikhail. The main task of an investor, the first and main task, is to preserve. That's the priority number one, to preserve your capital, to preserve your money. And priority task number two is to multiply your or increase your capital. And the third task of an investor is to create a big increasing capital, to learn how to create big financial flows. The more money come into your portfolio, the more assets you can create. Let me give you a simple example. If a portfolio is $1 million worth and we're talking about the high liquid assets, and the average return on investment is 2%, which is $20,000, you can reinvest. Let me do some math, crunch some numbers. Let's take 20%. It's $4,000 for dividend income, and the rest should be reinvested. 16,000 should be reinvested. And if we have a high liquid investment portfolio of 10 million, then the 2% of money earned per a month, which is money earned on high liquid assets per month, 1.5% or 2%, it will be out of 10 million, $200,000. 20% goes into the dividend income. It's $40,000 and 160 reinvested. If we have $100 million portfolio, we get the income, the return is bigger and bigger. So the pace of purchasing assets goes bigger, becomes bigger, and you get income faster. That's why we can talk about 12% capital gains per month. That's why diversification is important, to preserve, to multiply, and to create a hyper big growth, but under the caveat that you preserve and multiply. Risk hedging, another thing that you need to know. There are always sectors that can go up and those could go down. That's why you need hedging, because even if one of your tools shows a negative result, there are other investment tools that you can give you a good yield. There are some future contracts, options contracts, but they shouldn't take a big share in your portfolio. Thirdly, classification of investment instruments. The first classification. The classification, first we should see what profitability is. We should check the profitability over the last 3-4 months of an instrument tool. Well, in the case of a bank deposit, it's usually simpler. It's like 6% per year. It means 0.5% per month, not bigger. In Europe, in the United States, the deposits, they give you an interesting interest rate at 1.5%. In some countries like Switzerland, if you keep your money in a bank, you pay the bank for keeping your money. It's like a negative interest rate. You should also see what the potential risks are, because you can have a return, but you can also run some risks. So the higher the return on investment, the higher the risk. It's natural. Then liquidity. What kind of liquidity that tool offers? Usually high yield instruments, they're not liquid. For example, if you invest in Apple company and only 3 or 4 years later, they went into the stock exchange at $3 per share. And now Apple shares cost like astronomical figures. Their capitalization is more than $1 trillion. Then capitalization, item 4. Yes, Jans, yeah, I heard that in Italy, it's the same. Reliability. Well, first let's talk about capitalization. In our terminology, what it means, it's your capital income minus capitalization is your investment return. Investment contributions. Investment contributions is something that you set apart plus capital gains, and the capital gains is your capitalization, or investment deductions, we'll call them, or investment contributions. So the capital gains equals to capital income. Well, capital income, there is no such really, capital income is not a widely used term. We use it in our academy. Capital, it's capitalized income, okay? And then with capital gains, this is your capitalization in our understanding, but it's the traditional understanding. Capitalization is the value of the company, okay? Let me give you a simple example. We invest in several tools where we invest at one price, and then when we go through all the procedures of certification and then we enter the market, then the price of that the value of that company, well, our share in that company will be bigger, 5 times bigger than the original price by April, May this year. That's what we call capitalization. And you can assess it on your own based on the news that you provide. Then the level of protection from the score, on the score from 1 to 10. 1 is protection almost nil, 0 protection, and 10 is the best protection there. Like when you make the bank deposit, your bank deposits can be guaranteed by law, protected by law. And for example, insurance funds. Some insurance funds have a certain amount of money which is protected. Even if the company goes bankrupt, the state insures that money, and you still get your money back. We're going to have our own investment holding, and we're planning to either purchase and become partners with a insurance company. Well, maybe, yeah, we will become partners with a already existing insurance company, because to create your own investment insurance company is too troublesome. And we're gonna insure risks as well. If you don't want to run any risks, then you pay a little bit more. You'll have less, smaller interest rate, but then you will be protected. And then the prospects also should be assessed on the scale of 1 to 10. And now let's take a look at that portfolio. Well, first, no, let's look into 3 sectors: the banking sector, insurance, currency exchange, and stock exchange. We'll start with the banking sector. First, in your investment portfolio, well, let me first show you the portfolio and then we can move on, okay? Guys, does the link that I gave you work? Because I'm not sure that it works. Okay, in my case, it's Google browser, Chrome, I guess, start translation, start broadcasting. Can you see my, my screen here? Yeah. So can you see the banking sector over here? We have other sectors as well, the number, etc., and then the number of investments we received right now. We're creating this portfolio for 12 months, okay? We have banking sector, insurance sector. So you need to go to a bank and ask them what kind of investment tools they have. But if they offer you stock exchange, then this goes into the category of stock exchange, okay? It will belong in both categories, banking sector and stock exchange sector. So we have investing tools 1, 2, 3. If you're talking about deposits, then you need to show what is the interest rate, okay? They can usually they can make monthly payments or quarterly payments. In some banks, I deposited at a higher interest rate at 10% per year. Sometimes it was even 35% per year. Maybe now the current interest rate will be 10% per year in one bank. But then again, you should distribute it as follows. If the bank has a higher rating, then you will have, you should aim for the higher rating banks. Some guys offered me a bigger interest rate, but then you could capitalize your investment, like it will be interest on interest. But in other places, the interest rate was smaller, but they gave you monthly payments. In the stock exchange, you again have to assess the instruments yourselves. This is your homework, by the way. And you can currency market, crypto, foreign currency market, crypto market, precious metals, art and culture. So you should look into it and come up with your own proposals. So again, I give you 1 million of virtual money. You should download that file, okay? You can, so you see, I give you the right to view, not edit. Nikolai, could you please follow the link and see if it opens? Now, this portfolio is 12 months long. Let's take a look at the banking sector, and you deposited money at, let's say, you deposited an amount of, that will be the share of the investment sector in a portfolio. Let's say we deposited $2,000, well, $10,000, okay. Here is the investment, okay. Here we enter $10,000. It should be, we should change the format of the cell. Numbers, it's in Russian, but I'll try to translate, and you convert it into US dollars, okay? And here, in percentage, it will be 10,000 divided by 1 million. So this is your percent, this is your share. This is the share of an instrument, of the instrument in the general investment portfolio, okay? So now the equals 10 divided by 1 million, we get 1%, which makes sense. So those two over here, and we do the similar, in the similar way over here, $10,000. Okay, we change the format numbers, US, view, format, numbers, dollars, US dollars, okay. So $20,000 over here, which means 2%. In this sector, you can combine, by the way, the cells, okay? So you can make a table like this on your own manually. Yeah, Sharon, you follow the link and then you make a copy of it. You can view it, but you cannot edit it. But as far as I know, you make a copy and you'll have a copy of your own, which you can edit. Yeah, or download it, as Ansley says. But you can also make a copy of it and work in the Google Docs. So as you can see, combined, we have 2% invested in the banking sector. But we have 1% in each tool. So here you're right, it's a banking deposit, okay? Called capitalized, let's say. And this one is called bank deposit, but it's a monthly interest rate, okay, paid. And here is the percentage of the overall amount in the instruments. So this is the share in of the tool. Yes, it's a percentage of the overall amount. Yes, and then you can make a column which will tell you how much you have. If I do like this, I do it like this for better, to have a better picture. So this will be the amount of money. It will be the amount of money in the sector, the share in the sector, okay? we combine both cells, and it will be equal to this cell plus equals 1 million multiplied by 2%. So you can see it's $20,000. Well, do it in a nicely manner, because I like it when everything is aesthetically pleasing. So it's January, we put 10,000 here. In February, it's gonna be equals 200 to 10,000 as well. So when you'll have the an amount at the end of the month, you can do the math and see how much you're going to receive. It will be, for example, you earn 1% or 0.5% per month. So the amount you get is 500. No, it's 2,500, right? Because you add the original deposit as well.
And here it's 10,800 because of 0.8%. Well, actually, you will do this, select, and put down actual figures. And here you have the income minus this stuff, and you get 800 equal to this, net of this, 500. This table was developed in 2002. This is to monitor. Please imagine you have 1 million and you need to spend it. Many people say, I don't have money. How can I learn to invest? So actually you can use this table. And here is the percentage. And then you will see how much percentage, 800 divided by 10,000, you get 8 cents. No, it's not correct. We have 10,000, no, 10,050. Whereas here we have 10,080. Then here we will have 0.8, whereas in this one, this amount divided by this one, we get 0.50%. And every month, this way you will see. Even if you have money, what you need now, invest in 4 or 5 segments, the money you have in the national currency, pounds, yuan, cryptocurrency, US dollars, euro. So deposit it in any currency, including gold. You may buy the gold. So you need to distribute this 1 million. And I will explain what you need to do to make your assessment. Look, the banking sector, by the return, by the risk, liquidity, capitalization, reliability. So which financial investment instruments we have? Please write this down. Write down in the chat which financial instruments do you know? Financial investment instruments do you know? To do your home task, you need to learn to navigate alone, to navigate in this table. Yes, you do. You can watch a video or make your tables in your exercise books, not on your laptops. So I draw some tables and then every month I copy them again and study this practice again. Yes, so PIF, deposits and bonds. And actually, so these financial investment instruments includes mutual funds, shares, and deposits and bonds. There is a video on YouTube which will show you how to create formulas in Excel spreadsheets and how to work with them. Well, in this table, we also have shared funds, mutual funds, and bonds. The second question, is it guaranteed? Is the banking sector secured? Sovereign bonds you can buy. Actually, in Russia, the cost of the sovereign bonds is quite high, either 7.5 or 8% of the sovereign bonds monthly paid to you. So is it guaranteed or not? Yes, it is guaranteed. The next question, is it liquid? Also write this down. Do you believe that banking sector is liquid? The length of investment, the duration of investment, 1 year, 2 years, but I recommend to make investments for 1 year. And the next thing, what is the banking sector today in the global financial sector? So I call the banking sector under our compliance control to be the penalizing sector. Like Inquisition in the Middle Ages, Catholic Inquisition, but banks are inquisitors of the financial operators. They are true and no matter, actually they exist, and you need to understand which risks are related. When you select any financial investment instrument, you need to understand the extent of risk and which guarantees or which assets will be used to guarantee the return of your investments. The next sector, the insurance sector. We have a lot of insurance companies, and which financial investment instruments we have in this segment. Talk to the agents whether it is guaranteed segment or not, whether it is liquid or not, and assess the profitability, risk, liquidity, capitalization, reliability, protection prospects. There are a lot of insurance funds globally, and you will have to assess this. AIG, a well-known US insurance fund. The next segment is stock market, and who is the actor of the stock market? If you are in the North America, in the Latin America, you have brokers there that operate globally, and there is a response India in Mumbai Stock Exchange, but it is not called Mumbai Stock Exchange, but previously it was called, what is the name? I can't remember actually. The well-known stock exchange in Mumbai, but it is not named after Mumbai, but a different name, Bombay Stock Exchange. Armand, thank you. So there you can learn which financial instruments they offer, whether they are guaranteed, liquid, and the duration of investment. This is your home task. And again, assess them by profitability, risk, liquidity, capitalization. The well-known in terms of the capitalization, New York, NASDAQ, NICE, Japanese exchange, Hong Kong, Shanghai stock exchanges. So this is your homework for you to write all this down. The million I presented to all of you within the next week, you need to distribute this. And next week, I will ask you how you do it. And Forex currency market, which instruments are available, whether they are guaranteed, liquid, and the duration of investment. You will have to do all this. So now you need to select these 4. If you pick up all the 10 we discuss, it would be great. And next week, we will talk about all these 10 main sectors. It would be great if you cover 10 sectors, but at least do it for 4 or 5 sectors. Dear friends, this is your key home task to do over the next week. So this is your home task over the next week by 4 sectors of investment business. Well, now NEEW program part 3. When you start to fill in your portfolio, the reason I'm giving some assignments to you, well, you know, we create extremely interesting and relevant instruments as part of CryptoUnit program, but many people tend estimate this, and sometimes they criticize us. And the home task I give you is for you to better understand what we are doing. So let's today consider 3 directions which we will gradually introduce: agriculture, movie industry, and education system. Why? Through the multi-level crowd investing system, this NEEW program can generate very huge growth rates. Well, agriculture, I will use my personal example because one of my good acquaintances is one of the best livestock breeder over the CIS member states. He is well known to the USA, Israel, Europe. He is a well-known practitioner. Once we met, and I told him, and he said that this is a good sector, but businessmen do not invest. And when he presented some presentation to me, actually I told him that you make this presentation to me, but the investors, their philosophy is to sell at a lower price and get some profit, and to buy at a lower price and sell it at a higher price. And when you negotiate, you ask them either to talk about the business or to make the presentation as to investor. By the way, in Chelyabinsk, there is a town not far away from Voronezh. We have Alexander, representative there. The girls from this town were brought to India, the dancers, a team of dancers. We brought from it. Yes, thank you, Lipetsk. There is one agri farm with its livestock farm, a dairy farm. Well, dear friends, when I learned it, I told him, Elman, this is a very interesting investment proposal. And why is it interesting? So the dairy farm without the production and the marketing. If by 1,000 heads, we need $10 million to start to construct the livestock farm for 10,000 heads. We need $10 million. And if we start it in March, then by December we can launch it. But the maximum duration is 1 year and a half. And 1 year and a half, the profit could be from 7 to 15% per month, only by selling the fresh milk, not the products, but by fresh milk, up to 15%. If we organize it ourselves, this is one intervention. If we join our efforts with some farm, we can invite Helman from any country of the world. He is an expert. He knows how to arrange breeding artificial with some additives to be given to livestock to generate milking volume. But through this appropriate feeding, we can reach 45 liters of milk a day. And this is a good achievement because, for instance, Israel hits this figure of 45 million, and it is unique. But this project is unique that 1 year after, we can earn from 7 to 15% when the milking volume a day is 25 liters. But our intention is 45 eventually. And when we can reach this target of 45 liters, another 6 months, so another 1 year, these cows will get heifers, and there will be the growth, and should they be treated correctly, a cow may milk 45 liters within the next 5 years. Then after 5 years, it gets older and milking reduces, and 7 years after, it is slaughtered. It is when I learned the details of this project and learned the business plan, actually I got crazy with the efficiency and performance. 10 years after, the headcount growth is 100%. We used to have 1,000, then 2,000, and secondly, increase in milking volumes from 25 to 45 liters. The profit or return could reach 60% a month. So the return on your investment could be 60%, but should we also arrange our production and marketing to the supermarkets, because our goal for the future is to enter the foodstuff segment. And if we work 50 to 50% in this segment, we can involve experts, people like Elman, my acquaintance. I can anytime find him and know where he is. And he is as the manager of all this. And he can set up this in any country of the world, actually. So if the minimum return is 7 to 15% initially, it is 10 times more than the bank deposit. My question to all of you, should we have this proposal about the agriculture sector? You as investors, will you find it as a beneficial proposal or not? Would you accept this proposal or not? A burden on nature, on environment. There is no burden on environment. During the Soviet Union times, there was a survey. If you are not good in manure, if you don't know, if you are an agronomist and you are not aware and you do not good at manure, then you are a bad manure. So actually, there are a lot of artificial fertilizers supplied to India. When I learned about this, I told that the agriculture of India within the next 10 years, their soils will be dead. But here we have a lot of cow heads and they generate manure, and it could be used as the natural fertilizer for the soil. And this is the organic farming. Should we feed these animals with organic feeds, so we can produce dried milk, and Israel is the largest exporter of dried milk today. The reason I'm saying this, so this proposal is really promising, but if we combine it with the production, the return, the profitability will immediately double or increase threefold. When you come to the shop with a specific range of products, for instance, Papa Carlos dairy farm, and you are the co-owner, and then the question, which set of products will you buy? And we, acting as co-investors, actually we will benefit from the sales of this production of these products. And this is another segment we can invest in, because we can establish such funds globally in order to make sure that the milk is of high quality and it's fresh. It should be delivered within a distance maximum 500 kilometers. And it depends on the size of the population, with the maximum distance of 1,000. But generally, the average distance of transportation of such milk is 500. Like in case of Ukraine, in every region, they need to have their own dairy farm and combinat. But in the world, they say that agriculture is about milking and livestock. But when Elman told me about all this, I said, Elman, I get crazy. So why is the situation such in the world because of this? Actually, they say that Elman said that for many countries and for many farmers, it is much more beneficial to get some subsidies from the state and do not invest in the improvement of their feeding practices of the livestock. Or there is a farm for growing some grains. There was a proposal Netherlands, to say, is a top leader in the production of grains, those one-season grains. And in addition, they grow genetically modified grains, but our guys from St. Petersburg selectors, they say that the harvest of the grains, so you grow it and then you store it, and next year you don't need to buy seeds, seedlings. You can use your stock at the storage and produce and make the production. But the market of India, Africa, and Latin America, but these are very beneficial things. So the production and planting of these crops, of these grains, and agriculture in the future will definitely change. The next sector is movie industry. You've heard a lot about today's blockbusters. There is a request to have another break, 15 minutes break. No, 10 minutes break, and then we will come back and continue. Please enjoy your 10 minutes break now. We are moving on. Movie industry. Movie industry generates up to 1 billion revenues from film watching. And why we entered this industry, even I followed Hollywood practices, and in order to make 5 movies, so the minimum investment is 50 million. So one movie could be a failure with no earning. The second one would be you will return what you invested. The third movie, so actually you need to invest to 5 movies immediately. The third movie, you can generate some little profit. Fourth movie, a lot of profits. And movie number 5 is super profitable. And although the previous 4 are a failure, the movie number 5 would be a success and will compensate for the remaining 4. But Hollywood and the market, movie market of the CIS region is very weak, but there is the development of the film industry, filmmaking industry in South America and others. And we met the owners of Amalgama company in Kyrgyzia. A person, he is a director, he is a script writer, so he is a producer, the director, and not the script writer. And the proposal we received not to invest into one movie. Actually, we entered not one movie, but we invested into the Asian Marvel. And a good example where the money is generated from. Money is needed to make a movie. So it took to create a movie, 28 of Panfilovets, in Kazakhstan. They generated more money, they collected more money than expected, and then it was made in Russia. But this money was made based on the money generated by the public or collected from the public. But what we offer and propose, and today this practice is used in China, this is a crowdfunding for making movie, and then you can watch this movie free of charge. There are such proposals in China today. And when we learned that there could be a movie, if we cooperate with Amalgama company and Nurlan, who is the producer and the director, the movie, but as regards the special effects featured in this movie, actually they made some movies for Hollywood, but actually under their no disclosure agreement, they may not share the details, but their special effects they use and design for you to understand what they did. They created a film about Trotsky, the early beginning of the movie when a train comes to the railway station. But for you to understand, there was neither train nor this railway station. So they managed to do it artificially. So they draw this movie. And the movie, The Dragon Man, which is to be the Asian superhero, the cost would be up to from 2 to 4 million for special effects and all the proposals we have. So the cost is from 5 to 10 millions, and it's clear that it's not possible, but we create our own movies. But do you see where we generate our profits? For instance, they address the people, like in case of China, through crowdfunding principle, but they will watch the movie free of charge. The unit cost of this Dragon Man is from 2 to 4 million. Let's assume that our million users will recommend their friends to watch this movie, and everyone will pay a fee for watching this movie at home, to say $3, and the revenue will be about 30 million. But if we play this movie in the cinemas, so the revenue is quite high, and as regards and when compare it to Indian and Chinese market, there are a lot of cinemas. They are not cinemas only, but they make revenues on commercials, on promotions, on some toys that could be sold, like the Spider-Man,
Ninja Turtles, etc. You can sell it as well. Someone said that, you know, superheroes, blockbusters, we are fed up with them. But superheroes have always been as a trend. So why not tap into it, you know, and do some commerce, but not blood commerce, but, you know, do some movies that would have some philosophy in them as well. But imagine a situation where not through the CryptoUnit company, but because we as a CryptoUnit company, we are co-producers, like co-owners of the movie making company. And then we can enter the Hong Kong exchange or some other exchanges. We can create a movie making company that would be then capitalized and would produce from 10 to 30 movies where in those markets where there is no piracy. So the Russian market is good, it's big, but unfortunately there is lots of piracy in the Russian market. As soon as the movie comes up, it's immediately pirated. I remember the Jackie Chan and Schwarzenegger movie. There was like, and what the budget was, I don't remember, 50 million or even more. And Nomerlan said we could make like 10 movies out of it, and one of them would be a hit. So we can create a system where you can not only watch a movie with a discount, like for $3 or $5, but imagine if Chinese and Indian market would take our movie with the budget of 5 million, and then we sell this movie in the 110 million or 100 million market across the world, and then through their home cinema, iGoGo and other streaming services, they would sell that movie. People would watch the movie at home, and so we have 10 million people. So would do at least 10 times more money than invested originally, and we would make money from movie making industry as well. Well, as for health medicines, etc., as soon as we have 1 million active users, as soon as we have 1 million active users in the entire number of subscribed users, then through our network, we can launch any medicines like cancer cures, etc. But guys, those who write me, oncology and cancer is a exclusive topic. I realized that people get cancer if they don't love themselves. And my second conclusion is that it's also about karma. And we should not really interfere with karma for people who do not love themselves. You see, it will be very bad karmic interference and interaction. Let me tell you right away, 95% of I've been promoting for 15 years. I've been promoting different health products, and then I've been taking care intensively of my health for 10 years. And let me tell you that 95% of even most serious diseases can be cured with active practices. So when a person has cancer, there are cases when those persons start praying and they can get a cure because they started loving themselves. They started like addressing God, and they create good on the energy level. So all those like products for rejuvenation, etc., creams and other products. This is a topic for a different discussion. So my question for you, imagine that there's a situation, a platform where we create a movie and we ask who would like to participate in the movie. And you receive already a profit, proportionate, distributed, allocated among all participants, like a movie costs 5 million, and we open like an invitation to participate. So this is quite an interesting project, do you think? What do you think? What's your opinion? Put a plus if you think that it would be interesting to participate in the movie making as well. And we are entering that area. And as far as the levels of investors go, we are a company that enables many people to become investors in different areas. And this is one of the many areas we will enter as CryptoUnit program. We will create as creators of the movies, and then we will suggest other people participate in the creation of movies. They can watch the movies with a 50% discount, or they can receive a dividend income from the sales of the movie. But the more we produce, the more we consume, the more we earn. So that's our goal, to have 15% of the global population, 1 billion people. Imagine if we create a movie, 1 billion of people watches that movie, and like $3 each movie per month. So we earn like $3 billion per one movie. And our goal is to create from 10 to 40 movies per year. Some movies will not be interested to people, others will be interested. So we'll create a diversified set of movies. There are also different TV series. Like for example, Spartacus is one of the TV series I enjoyed, although there is lots of blood in it. So, the tastes are different, and you cannot please everyone. So if you create as many movies as possible with different topics, you will eventually please everyone. So look, this is one of the areas that can yield us quite a good monthly income, dividends. So why I'm saying from 10 to 30 movies per year, you might not like the genre of the movie, but you might be eager of another genre. There are people who hate horror movies, and there are other people who want to watch only them. Comedies and comedies, you might not like them, but the more you laugh, the better your life becomes. Then there are some science fiction movies like Star Wars, etc. But Star Wars, it's like they destroy planets, it's destruction and battles. But you can also make science fiction movies without violence in them. You can create a whole new flow of different topics and themes. So as you know, we need to make 1 billion people financially literate. The more people use the products that we create, and the more people we have participating in different areas, because in our academy, we would like to create 4 strong, powerful courses on investing, business, and a master course as well, internet marketing. In future, it's going to be blockchain technologies, which are very hyped right now. And we're going to hire specialists for that as well. And the more people we train, and when you train 10% from the payment, from the education fees that people pay, will go into the CryptoUnits plus, okay, he's talking to his son right now. Yeah. And this is one of the areas where you can receive both referral bonuses, and when people without having money would like still to train, to educate, he can become a volunteer for promoting training courses, earn money, and then use that money to pay for the course, as we are suggesting you do for our Marathon 260 training course. So you can receive dividend income from the Academy of Private Investor. This is quite a powerful area we can tap into. As we mentioned, different areas like retail, art, culture, innovative technologies, production, social spheres, education, medicine, agriculture, construction, finance, the mining of mineral resources, innovations, all those areas are open for us. Again, I repeat, what NEEW is equal distribution of global capital, education in all areas of life. To become master of your own life, you need to become master of your own life, to understand the laws and rules of wealth. Second, to bring as much benefit to people as possible, because the more benefit you bring, the better society becomes. And it's also communal society is about progress and creation as well. So you either ask money from the banks and be always in debt, or you can take a second path, which is crowd investing. Enable people become co-investors. This is one of our tasks. And this year, we would like to create a crowdfunding platform, crowd investing platform, according to the new laws, because different countries have different laws, how we can do it. And we would like to become one of the crowdfunding platforms where, and there is no such platforms where multi-level marketing is used. And we would like to use the multi-level marketing principles in our crowdfunding platforms. We need to bring it in line with the current legislation for it to work well. We'd like to be like this testing site of the investment proposals. The companies that propose us some kind of technologies, they will have to take our training courses, investment training courses, because they need to understand what investing and investments are all about. Because there were instances where we wanted to invest in a company, but the CEO was not literate financially and investment literate, because as soon as they receive lots of money, investment money, they go into an overdrive and they start losing all that money because they are not capable of doing business correctly because of the lack of financial literacy. So until the person or company goes through our financial investment literacy training in the Academy of Private Investor, that person or company won't get our money. They need to have the financial understanding. Even if you set up a good business for them, lots of the owners of that businesses would lose all the money because they're financially illiterate. So one of the main tasks for our company, of the Academy of a Private Investor, of the NEEW Consumer Society, is to create as many multidisciplinary professional investors as possible. Those people will be millionaires, multimillionaires, and billionaires in future. And the CryptoUnit program, for those of you who don't know it yet, that program already is helping people to join our global investment portfolio and enable them to get as many opportunities, training opportunities possible in the academy. Another tool is the Genius of Finance game-based training. It's an interactive, transformative game-based training. We'll have an online presentation in Moscow where I personally will be the game master. So please sign up in the office. Playing with me is going to cost money. The price you will know when you sign up, when you go into the office. But as for the 8 rules of wealth online training will be open for everyone on the 22nd in Moscow. And some news, dear friends. Token has been blockchained, is already on the blockchain. Now put a plus if you can already see in your back office that you are on the blockchain as well, because I can see that we have migrated a big share of our entries. There is a lot of movement. So guys, put a plus if you can already see it in your back offices, because the processing of the data takes time. Good. So it's like an interactive training, full immersion training, MLCI Marathon 260. We started sales today. Guys, please join in. And if you want to change your life for the better, if you want to become a multi-level crowd investing professional, you need to make up your mind right now, today. From 12, this EAP has been put up for sale. Okay, this is the page, an example of the page, how it looks like. If you follow the link, you'll see it. And the MLCI Marathon 260 is a training for those people who would like to take off, really take off in their lives. If you want to become a multi-level crowd investing professional, and if you want the potential clients standing, waiting in line for you, that's a training for you. There are a lot of trainings that can provide you useful information, but unfortunately, I know how make people stand in line waiting for you. But the way people usually think it is that it takes just one post on the internet. No, that's not how you do it. There are a whole set of actions you need to take and posts you need to make to gather crowds waiting in line to get to you, to have a meeting with you. And then you also have to weed out, you have to do some screening process as well to know with whom you want to work with or not, or with whom you don't. So you need to create and visualize the life of your dream. And if you have this visualization, this is the time for you to make up your mind and join the training. Well, for what, 500 units, you can buy half a Samsung or iPhone phone. Even good Xiaomi phones cost even more now. Or you can buy a TV set, or you can go on a vacation. You can buy 3 months worth of food, or in some countries, you can buy yourself a business suit, or you can invest that money in your future. So dear friends, make up your mind, take the commitment. Stella, 500 units as of now is equal to $500. That's just the internal currency. So from the 1st of the February, the price will be 800 units, and from the 15th, it's going to be 1,000. And then in March, it won't be for sale at all. So those who enter in January, February will be able to get the training. I will be coaching myself. There will be top leaders as well. There will be leaders coaching you as well. And we're going to create, we're gonna turn people into multi-level crowd investing professionals. Guys, I see your questions regarding the packages being sold out. I think you should refer to your sponsors and leaders, local leaders, and they will bring that question for discussion, for consideration to Andrey Khovratov and his team, okay? Because I'm not sure that they will be able to read it right now. Okay, I'll try, okay? I'm translating your questions, guys. Are you sure that we're talking about Marathon 260, not the actual package, EAP package that costs $260? Sometimes there is a confusion between the two. This is a question for you guys in the English chat, because there is this coincidence that there is an EAP costing $260 and there is a EAP which has been put up for sale today, which is called MLCI Marathon 260. Yeah, Harish, exactly. There is an EAP costing $260, which is not the same as MLCI Marathon 260, which costs $500 or units. Okay, so just make sure that you are selecting the right package. Yeah, Ellen, exactly. That's how it's called. So I wish that you grow rapidly and you start putting into practice everything that you heard today: pension plan, the table of income and expenditures that we've considered today, the investment portfolio. So all of it, you need to create your own financial investment future. Again, guys, we are wrapping up, so all the best to you. Have a nice weekend. And remember, friends, the only script writer and producer and actor and viewer, the main viewer and the main actor in your life is yourself, the person sitting in your spot. Guys, make up your mind. Be strong when you take decisions, and understand. And yes, sometimes life can be hard, but sometimes it's not only physically hard, it is psychologically hard to be growing. So I want you to watch a very good psychological movie about decision making when there is no other people that affect you. Well, look, I will. The movie is called 12, which is basically the remake, a Russian remake of the American movie called 12 Angry People. So guys, you can either watch the Russian movie, if you speak Russian, called 12, or you can go and watch the old American movie called 12 Angry Men. It's about people fighting for their own opinion. It's about 12 people in the jury, okay? And also, we should always remember about Rocky Balboa. This is also an inspiring movie about an athlete, a boxing athlete, who overcame all the difficulties and withstood all the punches life threw at him to become a champion. So this is two movies that I want you to see. Okay, the 12 Angry Men, or 12, the Russian remake, and Rocky, all the installments. And then I would like to, I'd like you to comment on your feedback. Okay, so I wish you all the best. Bye bye. This has been Andrey Khovratov. And guys, from me personally, the interpreter, regarding the packages being sold out, go to your sponsor, go to your local office, go to your leaders, and bring up this question with them. Hopefully they will pass it on to the leadership council or presidential council. Okay, bye-bye.